Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. My name is Kent, also known as Michikent on all social media, and I am the lead storyteller of St. Petersburg by Night, a massive multiplayer 5th edition World of Darkness chronicle set in the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and it's Friday night. And you know what that means. It's time for Hellhounds, our second Werewolf the Apocalypse chronicle set in the city of Tampa, right across the bay from St. Petersburg, Florida, where a pack of young guru have migrated from the state of Michigan to act as reinforcements to the Sept of the Evening Star. And while they have started to find their footing as guru after their first change, they are actually starting to bond as a pack, because these guru as individuals aren't what you would call first round draft picks by Gaia. In fact, you'd wonder why Gaia picked them at all. But I think as you watch this story unfold, you start to understand, you start to see in their redemption and in their growth why, just why, maybe they were chosen, why they were given this gift, and why they are a benefit to the fight for Gaia. If you like what you're hearing, go follow St. Pete by Night on all that social media you see down below, and join our community by following that Discord link, because we have plenty of activities all month long that you could be a part of. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, you could join one of our one-shots or tables that are forming as we speak, and you too could find yourself in a World of Darkness game in the St. Pete by Night community. So come on down, join us at that Discord link in the description below. But of course, I couldn't tell this story alone. It would take some pretty fantastic players to make it happen, so let's introduce those players now. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jay, and while some posers may say they're first in the heart of the people, we're first at taking out the heart in people. And I'll be playing Deadbeat, the Bone Gnawer Rune.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nikki. I'll be playing Delphine Ruinspeaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Hello there, I'm Katie, and I will be playing Aurora Rory Woods, the Bonar Galliard.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lilith, and I'll be playing Juniper Kameen, the Ragabash Black Fury.
Unfortunately, our ghost counsel, Philodox, Ben, who plays Raymond Gorn, is unable to join us this evening, but we wish him a speedy return as soon as possible. So, players, we had some very, very interesting revelations last week as the pack started out by encountering a young woman by the name of Lilia, who was found at the doorstep of the pack's domicile looking for an individual that we all come to know as Deadbeat. But she wasn't calling him by the name of Deadbeat. She was addressing him by a name that only Deadbeat himself and Delphine know. His true name. This set about a great deal of confusion and sent Deadbeat scurrying to the backyard, hiding from Lilia, not wanting to face his past. Delphine, struck with a compulsion, went chasing after, wanting to pin down the weakest link, wanting to attack that which showed weakness. This led to a scrap between the two. The rest of the pack was left to deal with Lilia, to figure out who she was, what she wanted. And in doing so, had to figure out how to get her to go away. Instead, they ended up taking down her number, saying they would figure out what this was all about and get back in contact with her. Meanwhile, Delphine and Deadbeat got into a bit of a scrap in the backyard, but Deadbeat, being the more superior combatant, managed to outmatch Delphine and get her to back down. The pack has a lot of questions, needless to say, about Deadbeat's connection to Lilia and the child that Lilia had in tow that bore a striking resemblance to Deadbeat. On top of that, the pack is also dealing with the issues of Delphine's drug addiction, a drug addiction that is quite intense and that seems to grip at her every action. She had been forbidden from making contact with Spud, but as Raymond has discovered, she is still sneaking off to do dead drop drug deals with Spud and may still be in contact with the Duskborn himself. What's to be done about this? Is there anything to be done? Only time will tell. And then, in another startling discovery, Juniper went to meet with the glasswalker, Artie, who had just returned as an emissary to the Sept. And then she found out her family's true history, finding out that her father had come from Florida, a former mafia prince. He had another child before he had come to Michigan. She is going to discover tonight who that child was, for they are also a guru, and they also are a part of the Sept. These secrets of the past always reveal themselves eventually. Some can be good and can change our lives for the better. Some can be bad and change our lives for the worse. And now, our first scene. Deadbeat. This startling revelation that Lilia has come to town has sent you on a bit of a path. It caused you to go on a bender for several days until you encounter Rat in an alleyway in Ybor City. In doing so, Rat challenged you to confront this, to confront Lila, to confront the shame of your past. Now, that all sounds well and good on paper, but it's a little bit harder to do in practice. And while you agreed at the time, and this being the bigger man, has been a process of its own, you might need a little bit more bolstering. You might need some advice. So you've sought out Delphine and Rory, and you invite them to have a bonfire in the backyard. Now, being the concrete and cement backyard that it is, there's an old fire bowl that's raised off the ground. It's mostly rusted, but gathering some firewood that you purchased at a 7-Eleven, well, let's say purchased, you really just grabbed it. Nobody really watches those bagged firewood bundles, so you can really just pick it up and throw it in the back of the car. You build a fire, and you ask for Delphine and Rory to join you outside. Delphine, the anger you've felt towards Deadbeat has settled. In the days following, you've really come to realize that what you felt was the wolf. It was something bestial inside you. Knowing that Guru are a third wolf, a third spirit, and a third human, sometimes one of those thirds can get a little bit more control over the others. And seeing the weakness in Deadbeat, maybe it was a little too much in that scenario. You'd never seen him so weak before, or the last time you saw him so weak was on the ship. And that was, well, that was different. So, now that it's settled, seeing him ask you into the backyard, you feel like you can face him. Maybe he'll apologize. Maybe he'll tell you what's going on. Maybe this is an opportunity to help him grow more, to help him on his path of redemption, to help him and yourself remove the shame that has followed both of you from Michigan. Rory, you've been the observer, the narrator of the story that's unfolded of this pack for some time. Standing on the sidelines has been all well and good, but it hasn't shown great results. And you've found yourself getting more and more involved, especially as you've seen the stakes get higher and higher. Failure isn't an option. And now, seeing the past and past mistakes of the pack starting to catch up with them, you can't help but think of your own past. And the idea that the past is catching up with you, that it's on its way, that Ember's foreboding message, he's coming. You need to be prepared, and you need everyone to be ready. So you need to be involved. And besides, you and Deadbeat have gotten along, and if this is truly affecting him, maybe you can help. So as the three of you gather in the backyard at dusk, the sun setting on the horizon, the scene is yours.
I like to imagine that I have right now a lawn chair set up that I stole from someone else's lawn. I just kind of have it sat out kind of near the fire as I sit there with a unopened beer by my side, kind of stare into the fire. Not looking as confident as I normally do, just kind of shifting around awkwardly, looking side to side, kind of not sure how to progress the conversation.
Rory's in a crop top and like cut off shorts today. She's gonna be tending to the fire, kind of being that guy, making sure we don't burn anything that we don't want to burn or anything down that doesn't need to get burned. And it's just kind of waiting for someone to start the conversation because she's more interested to see who's going to be the first to break the ice or if she has to do it.
Delphine will have brought one of the kitchen chairs out because we don't have lawn furniture and wouldn't want to have sit on the concrete floor. So she'll be sitting in one of those chairs and just dressed, despite the Florida heat, in baggy clothing per usual, covering long sleeves, long pants, no skin revealed at all. And she'll just be looking at Deadbeat, kind of just arching her brow and giving him a look like, you called us out here, what do you want? It's boiling.
The awkward silence kind of setting in. I just can't clear my throat. Thinking about it, probably should grab some damn s'mores, actually. That probably would have gone pretty lit here, not gonna lie.
We can Uber Eats them, but like, seriously.
I ain't paying shit for that. No, I ain't gonna Uber Eat. That shit's expensive.
Fine, then you can just tell us what's going on.
Like I just want to like have like a hangout, just a little chat. What's everyone talking about packed bonding, right? I mean, I never see you two hang out. I mean, I don't know if y'all even hang out outside of here, but
We share a room.
It's because you share a room to me, you hang out. I don't hang out with Ray.
Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it ain't happening.
That's why I'm asking, I guess, or comment, saying that because I don't know if it happens. I just never see it.
The last time we hung out outside of the house and outside the sept, we were going to check out a music festival that ended up getting canceled. And she'll look at Rory, and that's where we found Spud. On the boardwalk.
Was that really the last time? Like, she'll think back on it.
Yeah. I mean, between Charles's Spartan training and then us going on the ship and then falling back into business per usual training, I've been busy with Eliza. I honestly don't know what you guys do when we aren't doing any other training at the sept.
I mean, I'm just chilling, man. I watch TV. I go partying. I mean, hey, not much else really to do. I mean, actually, now I didn't unbox it yet. Just got in and kind of in my room right now. But I just got to finally save enough money to finally get that fucking PS5. Took a while, but I did it. I got it, and now I just have to set it up in the living room. I don't know. It should be easy, right? It shouldn't be too hard. I never set up one before. I just like to use someone else's, so.
I'll help you set it up. It's fine.
I could probably figure it out. I mean, it probably has instructions in it, right? Like, IKEA.
Wait, you actually read instructions when they come with something?
if I can't figure it out the first few attempts, then I might, give it a good read.
So,
Also, speaking of people hanging out, and she's gonna look at both of them and just kind of like have like a little bit of like a smartass like demeanor to her. B, when did that happen?
Delphine will sober a little bit. Well, I don't like calling him that. I don't like calling him Deadbeat. It's honestly kind of demeaning.
Yeah, it is. Hence why I went to DB. But just found it very interesting that the D was dropped.
Yeah. B.
Just not looking at anyone right now. Kind of looking away. I'm more looking to the fire right now. Just not saying anything, shifting a little bit, or just yeah. I always got that D on me. You know what I mean?
Apparently not with Delphine. And she'll
We-
go and poke at the fire.
We were out. I went to have him meet Spud. And I honestly just got to talking with him. And she'll look at Deadbeat. I just straight up asked him if he even liked being called that. How did you get that name anyway?
I mean, got it when I had my, first change. I assume, did the rest of y'all get your names their first change too, or was that just me? Is that just a me thing?
I've been called Rory for God knows how long now.
I chose Delphine when I changed.
It's kind of bullshit. My name, happened a little bit after I had my change. Was at going to a party. Got invited out by some people I knew. Turns out they weren't real big fans of me. Apparently upset with something that I've been doing and people I've been messing with. So they decided to try and stab me in the middle of nowhere and just dump my body somewhere in that party because they live like country but nowhere. That's when my change happened. Stakes was there. Gonna asked me who I was, said my name, and Stakes kind of like, nah, that's not it. What are you? And kind of one thing led to another. Deadbeat got brought up, and Stakes kind of nodded, and just went from there.
I mean, that makes sense. I'm pretty sure Stakes thinks that all people names are stupid.
That is a very fair point.
Still, but if you don't like it, you don't have to go by it. I say that ironically as I'm carrying the literal name Ruin Speaker. Thanks, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, I mean, with yours, it's not as easy as just like changing it, and also, I mean, it's not like it's wrong, so it's kind of just, it's just a reminder, I guess.
A reminder of.
Man, y'all just like getting straight to the point, huh? I'm just sitting around chatting and like.
You're the
what
one
if you
that
drink-
invited us out here, and this is kind of how girl talk goes down at this point now.
Congratulations. You've officially entered Girl Talk.
Well, part of the reason why I called you two because you're both chicks and you both probably know how to handle chicks. So, I mean, I'd asked Juniper, but I don't think she really knows how people work as much as almost as much as Stakes.
Rory's just growing a little bit more amused with the more Deadbeat talks, and just is kind of like digging himself a hole with that little like thing. And it's just, she's not hiding that she's getting amused by him just saying all this.
Does this have something to do with the girl that showed up the other night?
Yeah. Yeah, that involves her. You know, had an outing recently, and whether with me being so drunk that I hallucinated it or actually happened, Rat pulled up and told me that I probably should figure this shit out. So I also found out that spirits fuck. It's awful. Did they teach you that? Because I'm sorry if you have to go through that. That sounds awful.
No, not once in my lessons with Eliza has she mentioned that spirits fuck.
Next time we gotta ask her if that's actually true or not. I need to find
Please
out.
We're not
asking
asking her
Eliza.
that. No, don't ask her that.
Well, anyways, yeah, Rat told me to figure my shit out, so I figured the ones that would probably know how to, say the right things are, chicks. She hadn't been something that's kind of bothering me for even before I had my change, so,
Kent, with Deadbeat commenting about this being even before his change, and I was there for when he was brought back to the Sept and seeing the baby, can I potentially make a connection? Plus with the name Deadbeat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a far reach, especially based off of the age, the timing. It's not difficult to put two and two together. I mean, there is a small possibility that it could be like a baby brother or a cousin or something, but with the name Deadbeat, I think that's where your mind would go first. So, yeah.
Is that your baby?
You just freeze for a moment, kind of staring intently at the fire. I'll let out a long-winded sigh, kind of deflate a little bit, and I'll just say, "Yep, that's kid." Knocked before I left. My area, kind of had someone I was seeing with having some fun, and next thing you know, that happened.
Rory's amusement goes to more of a serious, like, and my brain forgot the word. More like, I don't want to say endearing, but more attentive kind of demeanor. And she's gonna kind of just turn to face Deadbeat. So you did care about her at one point.
I mean, we were a thing. We were dating. She was pretty cool. I mean, still might be. I don't know. We had a nice thing going, and one thing led to another, and now I left, and now she's been hunting me down ever since. It felt like, I don't know how she has all this time and energy to do this with a kid, but especially after the whole change thingy going on, it's kind of been a bit more of a problem now.
Did you tell her you were leaving?
I pause for a little while, personally contemplating whether I should lie or not to sound better, before I just kind of put my hand like kind of the back of my neck, kind of scratching it. No,
Dude.
Look, I had some shit was going on, man. I couldn't just stay. I had to go, and she was gonna hold me back from leaving. You know, I can't be
So-
tied down.
So I got a question then. Did you leave because you were no longer interested, or did you leave because of the kid?
It's complicated, man. It's a lot. It's a couple things, but I mean, have you ever thought about what you do if you suddenly had to become a parent at, less before even 20? I mean, dude, I wasn't ready for that. I don't know. I don't know if anyone would be, not in this economy.
No, I don't think I would be at our age ready.
But neither was she. And to be fair to her, she's the one that had to carry the baby for 9 months and then push it out of her body.
And then the one who helped her create the baby just kind of up and left.
And left her to take care of it, clothe it, feed it, raise it.
Yeah, look, not my most proudest moment, man. I mean, that's kind of why I still have the name Deadbeat, why I kind of stick with it, because I'm aware enough to know that I am one. I know. And
Are you actually ashamed, though? Do you feel sorry in any capacity for doing something like that?
A little bit, and I'm actually lying. I actually do feel very bad about it, but I'm trying to play it off like I'm not as affected as I am. That'd be some sort of subterfuge or manipulation role.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't sure if you were saying that out loud or not.
No, I was saying that
you
second
say
part
a
was...
little bit, but then you're trying. Okay, so roll me a manipulation and subterfuge. You both can roll wits and insight. So you say a little bit, but you're lying.
Yeah.
Two successes.
I got 2 successes.
I got 4.
Okay. So Delphine, it's hard to say. He's, yeah, I would say it's hard to say. But Rory, he's lying. He's absolutely lying. It's the shiftiness in his demeanor. It's the way he's not making eye contact when he says it. He feels very bad about. He feels terrible, honestly. And he's playing it off. He's trying to be cool about it. This is a appearances thing.
Okay. After getting that read on him, she's going to stand up and sit right in front of his long chair, like on the ground, across from him. All right. If you feel a little bad about it, then what do you want to do? What's the first step you want to take? Do you even want to be involved in the kid's life at this point?
I mean, I probably can't, right? I mean, that's kind of like me being who I am now and kind of what's going on here. And I mean, that's what, also why I came to you two, because I figured you would know how to best like talk with her and figure out what the hell to do or to say, because I can't just like walk up and be like, yeah, I'm like saving the world now, I guess. See ya.
First tenant of the litany, dude. No.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point. That's probably the Veil one. Probably.
It is the Veil one. Good job. But
We'll get you a gold sticker. I think I have them in my room still.
You can just give me pot.
It's complicated now because I don't know, like, are we able to pass this down? I know Gaia chooses us, but is it something, is she more likely to choose someone who's descended from Guru originally? It's complicated now. If that kid could potentially be, if we can pass it down, that kid could potentially be a Geru when they're your age. And while it wasn't rough for me, you said some guys stabbed you and you changed. Is that something you would want for your kid?
I mean, I turned out okay enough. I mean, like, we can't just bring him here and like I can't do all this while also having to take care of a kid. That's not how we can't do that.
I mean, no, not at all. Here especially, no. But like, I don't know. Like, because on the other hand, if it's not genetic or if the kid will be Guru one day, I do think it's irresponsible to have her hanging around here with a baby. And it's complicated.
It is so complicated with why we're here. And that's why I asked, how involved do you want to be? Because that'll be the first step, figuring that out. If you want to be more involved with the kid's life, if you want to pass on long wisdom or like stories to him or her. I couldn't even get a good look on the kid. Do you want to do that? Do you want to do it at a distance? Do you not want to be involved at all? I'll help you figure it out regardless. Even if you want, like, we can sit down and write it out.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't even want to see the kid's face. I didn't even see the kid's face when I heard what was going on in her hand, because, like, I'm not gonna lie, one of the reasons why I bailed was I kept getting this dumb nightmare over and over that this kid is gonna have the face of my brother, and that I had a brother, and I just couldn't stand the thought of that.
Delphine freezes a little bit and thinks back to what Charles told her about how Deadbeat's brother is still alive. And she hesitates for a moment and then tilts her head. You had a brother?
Yeah, he was younger than me, not by much. He is kind of nerdy little dude. Always loved talking. He loved comic books and arcades and all these games or whatever. Or he used to play games together when we were younger with my older sister too. But he went missing one day. So never found him.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. And Rory will instinctively grab her arm over her Atlas tattoo and just kind of like go quiet at that.
Regardless of which path you take on this, whether you want to be involved or not, that girl deserves at least some closure. She deserves to have the conversation. Because you left her high and dry without any explanation. And, I mean, you're a bone gnar. They deal in honor. Already, we wear shame that says we're dishonorable people. And right now, you're not doing yourself or your patron any favors by continuing to take dishonorable actions.
Being honorable never got me anywhere, man. Being a truthful person, being honest, being open, that shit sucks. When I was with her, I thought I could be open, and she told me I could be better, and I genuinely believed it for a little bit, that I thought I could be better. But then all this shit went down, and it hurt way more to do all that, whatever, went down with that, trying to be a better person than fucking up and failing, than just staying the deadbeat that I am, So why, at this point, why fucking bother? I could just stick with this, dishonor shit, and just leave everyone at that point knows, don't expect anything from you, don't expect you to be better, and won't be disappointed in you when you aren't better.
You got scared. Even honorable people can be scared, can get scared. Honorable people can run away. But at the end of the day, they still have to deal with life, with the decisions they make and the consequences that come from them. You're being open and honest right now, and we're here supporting you and giving you advice. Because we're your friends.
Not to mention, I've seen you become a better person. You stopped me from doing some shitty stuff.
I trust you, B, because I think you can be an honorable person, and I think you have been an honorable person. You're just a little bit of an ass sometimes.
That was more hard-coded into me being an ass, but it just sucks, man. This is one of the things that is also really annoying, because the one thing that she's doing now, just not giving up on me, is the thing that kind of pisses me off, because I don't understand it. That's because I get it. I get people giving up and understanding that I am an ass. That's what it is. But it's just, I just hate. It's so annoying seeing the disappointment and the looks on people's faces when they continuously keep trying to believe in me, and I just keep showing that is not me. I don't get why. Like, she kept trying, or why you two even keep trying. I don't get it. It's, if they want to say a fruitless endeavor, it's just, I'm Deadbeat. That has been my name, and it probably will always be my name. And I can at
It'll
least try and
only
do
be
it.
your name for as long as you let it be your name. And the reason we don't give up is because we have seen that good. We have seen that effort, whether you want to admit it's there or not. I fucking hated your guts the moment I met you. And now I can genuinely sit here and somewhat enjoy your company.
She probably didn't give up because she cares. If she didn't care, she would have probably never looked you up again. She would have not gone through this effort. Because I'm assuming she was back in Michigan. She traveled across the fucking country to find you. And she didn't have court papers in her hand ready to go. Which she definitely could have.
It's not impossible for someone to want to believe in you. It's scary, yeah, because you don't want to let people down, but it's not impossible.
I'm just tired of seeing people disappointed. Because this isn't the first time I've done something semi-nice before, even gotten a little bit better before. I mean, with her, Lila, I studied. I actually gave a shit about things that I was doing. I studied. I actually thought about college. Crazy enough, I was gonna. It's gonna sound so stupid now, but I was gonna go into fucking psychology. As crazy as that sounds, she had me actually care about psychology and wanting to do something in that. And probably due to her, I graduated. But then all that only for me to fuck it up and to ruin everything. And Gaia has a pretty fucking funny sense of humor because making me in a room because all I do is break shit. I fuck things up and I break shit, and that includes my relationships. And I'm just tired of trying to act like that I don't, and that there is a chance that can happen. 'Cause that's just, even the world knows that's what I do, and that's the role I've been given. Even then, I can't control, and even the anger, I now have this constant anger inside of me that makes me piss at everything around me and piss at people around me, and it makes me, and now I do dumbass shit and lash out against the people who actually are trying to help. And that's just what I do, and I can try and keep pushing this boulder up this hill and watching it roll back down to the bottom every time, or I can just accept the boulder's not going to go up the hill, and it's easier to accept the boulder staying on that ground. I just need help figuring out how I'm gonna deal with this chick. I just don't know what to tell her. I just need her to go away. What am I gonna tell her? Like, I can't tell her what the truth, but what can I tell her to get her to just give up on this whole thing?
You can always write her a letter. Send one of us to give it to her. I'll even help you write it. You tell me, you can word vomit, whatever you want to say. I'll make it sound decent while still being true to you.
Talked about this with Rat a little bit, and Rat didn't want me to be that guy.
Yeah, I think he needs to confront his issues head on. He can't. She's not going to accept just a letter. And there's, again, I don't know enough about how the Geru stuff works, but if it is hereditary, I would talk to Eliza or Stakes or another kin seeker in the sept, and I don't know if they can do them that young, if they can sense it that young, but if your kid potentially could be one of us one day, it's something that we would need, not we, us exactly, but it would need to be kept an eye, someone would have to keep an eye on it.
Do you think that I have this idea that maybe if I just act enough of an ass to where just much of the scumbag as I can that it would just get her to leave and at least never want to deal with
No.
me again. Do you? I just.
That's
What
not
else am I
gonna
supposed to
work.
do?
Just do what you're doing with us now and just have a conversation with her.
What if she doesn't want to give up, though? What if she still, for some reason, sees something in me and
You're
still
not
wants that?
responsible for how someone receives the information. You lay all that bare. Her reaction, her response is her own problem.
And I hate saying this because if it's a matter of wanting to keep them safe and away from this, and she's not going away, we can talk to Aspen or Charles or something and see if we can talk to the adults and get some help about it.
I don't want to. No, I don't want to talk to them about. They don't need to know about my business here
No.
and what's going
No.
on.
Listen, it's literally just worst case scenario. This is literally just the worst case scenario, but we can't do everything. We're 20. We don't have pull or resources or stuff like someone like Charles does. We need help sometimes. Just like you need help from us right now with advice. But like we can ask them for advice on how to make her leave for her own safety if it gets to that point.
Just sit there for a moment. My jaw's actually clenched right now. My fists are clenched. I actually look pretty mad thinking about this. But then I kind of take a deep exhale through my mouth, and I'll just calm down for a second. I will say, I suppose if things get really bad, we could ask them. But I don't want to. I don't want to rely on them for anything except for a house and food and for whatever the fuck else I want. But I don't want them to get involved in my business and try and have to rely on them for anything about this.
All right. Their last resort.
That being said, I still think we need to find out if it's possible that you passed all of our bullshit onto that kid. And if that's the case, we are going to have to get stakes involved.
This might be a little bit much to ask, but like I don't know, like one of you like show up with, or show up with me, I think that we could, I don't know. I mean, it'd probably be easier and like, I
You
mean,
want a
worst case
buffer.
scenario, wait, actually, you know what we could do? One of you could just, if one of you pretends to be my girlfriend, then maybe she'll lose interest and fuck off. I don't know. What do you think? I'm not sure. I don't know how this works, but like,
I'm not pretending to be your girlfriend.
And that doesn't work for every girl. Some girls are crazy. Some girls get off on getting guys to cheat on their girlfriends.
Or some girls can just be mature, accept the new relationship, and still want the father of their child involved in the child's life. Just talk to her. Do the honorable thing. I think she'd respect you for it. I know we would respect you for it, and Rat would as well. But I think you would respect yourself for it too.
Think of it this way. You would have a better relationship with your ex compared to me at the end of the day. You know my history.
yeah, I'm not very confident in that one being the case. She's a nice girl and all, but I don't think her patience and her kindness will extend that far. but I'll give it a shot. I don't hate her or anything like that. I just she's actually a pretty decent person, and sucks. What had to happen happened. I guess what I did happened.
I'll figure it out. And if you want, I can find out about the hereditary thing. So that way, it's not you asking about it.
Yeah, I mean, we can go like Eliza together or something. I still need to go. I had an idea for like maybe wanting to get a new gift soon because I need something to get my mind off, this shit going on here, and alcohol and drugs are not doing it, so maybe something on the other vein could be a little better, but
No.
Rory will just kind of like try to get that jokey demeanor back. You could always help me write a song. Need to expand my musical horizon and whatnot.
the only way I'll do that if I get laid. That's the only way I'll do that.
Ain't happening.
Well, maybe s'mores. How about s'mores?
I can arrange s'mores.
I'll have to figure
S'mores
out
maybe sex.
Okay, I will Uber Eats the s'mores. I'm not having sex with you.
Oh no, I don't
But
want
I
it from
will-
you. No.
Oh, fuck you!
Well, I mean, no, thank you. That's what I just said, actually.
All right.
You're just as bad as your boy at the bar.
No, look, Damien's a whole nother, look, I'm a trash bin. He's an even worse trash bin, okay? He's bottom of the barrel. Like,
He was
scraping it.
chasing my car last time I left the bar. Tried to catch up to me.
Do you see me chasing after your car? I ain't doing that shit. That's too much work.
I'm going inside where there's central air.
You're gonna get the s'mores?
I'll order the fucking s'mores.
As the group disperses, heading their separate ways, was a resolution found? Is the real question. Did Deadbeat get any real advice? Deadbeat, what's going through your mind after this conversation with Delphine and Rory?
I was definitely very scared kind of coming into this conversation because opening up is not a very strong suit of mine. Though I feel a bit more comforted, though very exhausted by the conversation. Being honest and open a lot harder than I anticipated and expected. So, but there's a certain level of comfort now. I'm kind of resolved to at least face this head on and see what I can do. And, it was good that some of my dumb ideas got shut down. The ones that were me trying to ruin something again and push me along the right track. And it's refreshing to see, kind of encouraging to see that there are people that do genuinely believe in me with, for seemingly no reason, just before or the reason that I'm me and that they can see the potential in me.
Rory, you got a little bit more insight into Deadbeat tonight. You've seen behind the curtain a little bit more, behind the performance that he puts up, and you've gotten a peek into his history, a little bit about his brother, a little bit about the mistakes he's made. Now, of all of the pack, you've probably been the one to get to know him the best. What do you think of him now? What's going through your mind?
She's surprised that he is much different of a person than upon our first meeting, and was very truthful about that when she called him out on it. she now has a lot of more sympathy towards him, hearing he had a brother and knowing what it's like to have a sibling that you care about and don't want to see anything bad happen to. And in a way, she feels for him and feels bad for him because she wouldn't want to be in his place and knows that with her past, there's a chance. However, his might actually look like it has a decent ending, and she wants to at least show him now that he can have that good ending, that he can be redeemable and honorable and all that.
Delphine, you have been tasked with redeeming Deadbeat. And in a way, redeeming yourself. Because it was Deadbeat who brought you to shame. And it's you who must bring you both out of it. Do you believe Deadbeat made steps forward and is truly on that path? Or do you believe he's making steps backward? What are your thoughts after tonight's interaction?
I think that he legitimately is taking steps forward, but he has instincts in him that make him want to take steps back, because for him, now Delphine is aware that the reason he keeps doing all of these shitty things is because he's afraid. At the end of the day, he's just always been scared to be better and to let people down. And knowing that, she thinks that she can take the steps needed to help him be that better person.
Try as we might, we can come up with all of the plans in the world for how to approach a situation. But as we all know, very rarely do things go according to plan. You can avoid it as long as you want to, Deadbeat, but a confrontation is coming. We now transition to our next scene. Juniper, it's been a few days since you were given the news by Artie that your father was in the mafia, that you were a relative of a guru in Tampa, and that he knew who that guru was. You haven't been given any news since. He told you that he had to inform them first, that he had loyalties to them as well. What's been going through your mind since that news?
Well, I've been trying to be pretty patient while waiting to hear any news back from Artie, even if it's just like the person doesn't want to meet you right now or whatever it is. But gonna be honest, I'm pretty nervous about it. I am dealing with a lot of conflicting feelings about even wanting to meet another family member. There's a lot of fear that if I meet them, even though like they're already here, they're already in the sept. It's somebody in the sept that I am kind of cursed. And once that bond is made, they're going to be taken away from me too, or something's going to happen. So the still kind of recent family trauma that I have is definitely kicking in. But even though all of that is happening, I'm still feeling a bit of relief and excitement that my entire family isn't pretty much gone. And there's and that I'm not alone. I'm not as alone as I thought I was these past few months. So there's a lot going on for sure.
With all of that excitement and anxiety, you feel your breath hitch the day the text comes in and the name Artie appears on your phone. He tells you he wants to meet at the same coffee shop where you'd met him last. That he has some news. And if you're ready, he's ready to give it to you. You agree to a meeting and you head out to the coffee shop. It's late in the afternoon, about to approach evening when you arrive. And when you get there and go in, you see that you're the first one there. Artie hasn't arrived yet. There are a few couches off to one side, and there's that same table that he was seated at in the back corner originally. And other than the barista behind the counter, there is no one else present in the coffee shop. What do you do?
I mentally curse myself for getting here way too quickly, and now I'm going to have to wait impatiently. But the first thing I do is I order myself a coffee, an iced coffee, and um, I go and take a seat at that same back corner table.
As you're sitting at the back corner table, your fingers drumming on the tabletop, eventually the barista brings out the iced coffee for you and sets it on the tabletop, giving you a smile before returning behind the counter. Roll me a wits and awareness.
What is my rage at?
I would say your rage is at a 1. Despite the excitement and everything, you're probably not enraged. You're just nervous and excited.
Yeah. Five successes.
Okay. Through the windows of the coffee shop, not more than a few minutes after you've sat down, you see a green and brown Jeep pull into the parking lot. As it rumbles around finding a parking spot, you can make out 2 figures in the car. But as the driver's side door opens, only one figure emerges, the other figure remaining in the car. The one that exits the vehicle is Artie. As you stare intently at the other figure, the tinted windows make it too difficult to tell who the other individual is, but you know that he has brought someone with him. He exits the vehicle, looking once more back inside before turning and striding towards the coffee shop. He reaches the door, opening it, the jingle of the bells that are hanging from the door ringing out, and gives you a bright smile before making his way over to the counter, giving a little salute to the barista, who immediately has started making a specific coffee order, obviously very aware of Artie's regular order. He then strides over to your table and takes a seat.
Hey. So, my eyes kind of like flicker back to the Jeep and then back to him. Uh, is is it time?
Well, I didn't want to surprise you with anything. I didn't want to ambush you with anything, but I wanted to talk to you first. I wanted to tell you, inform you, give you some time to process before offering you the opportunity to meet them. They understand that it's possible that you might not want to, and they are okay with that maybe now's not the time, and if you'd rather meet later, that's okay too. But if you did want to meet now, they are here and willing to.
Oh, it's kind of funny that you say that because I was a bit nervous that they might have said no to meeting with me.
They were actually very excited to meet you, Juniper. They were a little shocked themselves when they found out, but then they got hopeful and excited. You have to understand, they also have been searching. They also had questions, and this was a surprise to them too.
Yeah, I mean, just just knowing that even after what happened, I still have family. I still have a sister. That was it still is a lot to take in. So I can only imagine, well, I probably know how they're feeling as well.
Yeah. And it's okay that both of you want to take this slowly, and neither of you owes anything to the other. You both have an opportunity here. You both have a chance to develop something, to grow something new. You both have something beautiful. Not to get all, you know, hippie about this, but like you can grow a plant. You have a seed that if you nurture it, you can grow into something beautiful. And I think once you get to know this person, you will see just how beautiful it can be. So let's just drop all pretenses and get straight to it. Your sister is a young woman by the name of Jessica Bennett. At least that was her adopted name that her parents gave her. You would know her as our wonderful Galliard, malicious jester.
The moment I hear the name, my face kind of turns white a little bit and my eyes definitely widen. Um, I'm definitely shocked and am immediately following the shock feel a bit of shame because Jester is someone that I have been actively avoiding ever since coming down here. And now to hear that the only person in the entire sept that I've been kind of dancing around is my sister, I just can't help but internally cringe at the irony of this situation.
As you're soaking in this information, Artie seems to be watching you with a very bemused expression on his face. He seems to be registering the cringe you're feeling. Do you see now why I wanted to give you a moment rather than just bring her in the door?
Is that obvious?
Maybe a little bit. But it's okay. Let me tell you something about Jester. I have known her since she first arrived here in Tampa. In fact, I knew her before she knew I was a guru, and before I knew she was a guru. She was just an activist, and I was a beatnik hacker that was helping her organization get some intel on some groups in the area. She actually was had kind of a name for herself in the social media hacktivist circles. She's a very passionate person. And when she's passionate about something, she can be very intense. I think that's a trait the two of you share. In fact, in the little time I've spent with you, Juniper, I've recognized a lot of traits that the two of you share. And in the stories I've heard about you, even more traits the two of you share. So while you might cringe at the idea of meeting her, what you should realize is she's going to understand you, and you are going to understand her. So instead of being afraid of this, instead of avoiding this, embrace it. It's not something to be afraid of. It's something to be relieved by. Because no one is going to know you better than someone who's been there. Someone who's walked in very similar shoes. Because just like you, Jester has lost almost everything she's loved at one point and has had to recover from it. And she has. She's had to rebuild her entire life after having it taken from her. And just like you, she sought revenge.
Did she get it? Her revenge?
Some. I know a part of her is still seeking it. But I also know a part of her understands that to truly get it might not be a good thing. Because she has seen the depths of sadness. And she has felt the fires of rage. To succumb to those things, well, I think that's a discussion the two of you need to have. But yes, she did get some of that revenge.
I haven't been avoiding her because I'm afraid. It's more out of embarrassment than anything else. I've just made an ass out of myself really badly, and I haven't really been ready to face that.
We
But
have so many embarrassing stories between us. If making an ass of yourself were something that divided us, none of us would be together. But you were saying.
that's a little reassuring. I was just gonna say, like finding out that we're family kind of puts things into a deeper perspective than just avoiding someone because you were acting like an idiot and didn't want to be ostracized for it. Kind of. It seems so small now.
Don't devalue your experience. What you're going through, what you went through, is very real. And it was very intense. And even though you may be coming out of it and it may be diminishing with each passing moment, at the time it wasn't small. It's just passing now. And now you can move on to the next moment, the next experience. Let it pass. Let those feelings pass and be prepared to embrace the new ones.
Yeah. I'm trying. I think I'm ready to meet her.
Okay. Let me go get her.
All right.
He stands up and he walks towards the doors to the coffee shop, gesturing to the Jeep parked outside. Jester, you've been sitting in Regina, waiting upon Artie's request for the moment to meet Juniper. You were told that there was a small possibility that Juniper might not want to meet with you right away. Maybe not at all. But that Artie was fairly confident that after a few minutes to process, she would want to meet with you and that he would give you a signal to come inside. But now that you're here, now that you're in the parking lot, awaiting Artie's signal, what's going through your mind?
First, my heart's kind of racing and breath is coming a little quicker than it should, so I'm starting to like take deep breaths and very nervous about everything that's going on. Like a part of me will be, not gonna lie, part of me will be hurt if she doesn't want to, but I get it. And I know it's gonna probably be awkward as hell, so I'm starting to put on the facade, the smile, to try to hide some of the nervousness and kind of just being like, I got this, right, Regina?
As you say that, the radio clicks on and Sleep Token's Past Lives plays.
I'll smile. Yeah.
After a few minutes of waiting, you see Artie reach the glass doors and it pushes open, and you see him wave and gesture for you to come inside.
Okay, here we go. Deep breath. Let's go.
As you climb out of the Jeep, the radio clicks off. You close the door, and you hear the locks immediately engage on Regina. You walk across the parking lot, and as you reach the door, Artie leans in and puts a hand on your back and says, "She's ready. Be gentle with yourself and with her." And he starts leading you over towards the table.
I was walking forwards. My hair's loose. I am wearing, funnily enough, a Sleep Token tank top and a pair of cutoff shorts and motorcycle boots.
As the two of you arrive at the table, Artie looks to Juniper and he says, "Juniper, meet Jessica. Jessica, Juniper."
I will stand up as they approach the table, and as Artie introduces us uh, in a non-official sept manner, I kind of smile sheepishly and um, say, uh, "Hi, Jessica. Nice to finally get a chance to talk with you. I'm sorry that our first interactions with each other was me getting beat up and then me crashing the fuck out. Uh, I promise I won't do any of that tonight, though."
I'll give her a warm smile. It's good to talk to you too, finally. And it's okay. I get it.
I'm going to give you two a moment. I'll be over at the counter, and feel free to speak freely. And as he starts to walk towards the counter, once again, all of the sounds, all of the ambient noise of the coffee shop all around seems to drain away. He starts talking to the barista, but even the conversation he's having with the barista seems to disappear the minute he steps past a certain point, leaving the rest of the room in silence as the two of you speak.
So, um, that's a kind of cool shirt you're wearing. What's Sleep Token?
They're a band kind of got me through some really dark times recently. They are kind of genre bending, so I wouldn't put them in anything in particular, though everybody seems to put them in metal.
Oh. Yeah, I admittedly don't listen to music much, but yeah, they look really cool. Is that like the lead singer or something? He's like wearing like a weird mask.
Yes, they're all masked, so all of their actual identities are hidden. He's known as Vessel. Um, the others are also vessels. Like there's a whole bunch of lore that is in it. You know, basically the biggest thing is like they claim to um worship this god called sleep, and in return, sleep has granted them fame, power, like will ascend them basically. So like all their concerts are considered like rituals where each song is a token, like a sacrifice or a token to sleep, the god.
Oh, that that's very interesting. Um, I was not expecting this to be so in depth. I didn't think the bands did stuff like that.
Most don't. I mean, really, I got into it because a lot of the songs I was able to relate to, at least take personally, and like relate to some of the things I was going through last year, like some of my grief, and like it really helped get me through some moments that I might not have had so much help.
They, damn, they sound they sound pretty special. Um, Artie kind of said that we've gone through a lot of similar stuff, so maybe maybe they'd be able to help me out too. Maybe we could listen to them sometime.
Yeah, I'd really like that. Definitely. I have most of their songs actually downloaded on my phone, so even in the cairn we could listen to them.
I'd like that. Um, well, that's this, this was definitely one way to break the ice, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. So I'm pretty sure this is all kind of shocking for you too. Like this, yeah, it's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Oof, a fucking doozy of like the last 7 months for sure for me, and you even longer. Like, I'm still a little bit speechless about it all. Sorry if this is awkward as fuck.
Ah, it's okay. Um, is there anything you wanted to like ask me about?
Yeah. Jeez, where do I begin? So you were adopted, right?
Yeah, I was adopted by a family in Colorado, and so I pretty much grew up in Grand Junction. Um, you know, Dad was in real estate till I don't know if you even remember this. You were probably like a toddler. I was barely a kid when it happened, but like the real estate crash of 2008 like really hit us hard.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I'm gonna run a hand through my hair and then look around like, hold on one sec. I'll text Artie to get me a coffee.
As you send the text, Artie's already on his way over with a coffee and sets it down in front of you before giving a wink and turning around and heading back out of the sound bubble.
I'll grin at him and then sip the coffee. Yeah, it was. How much do you actually want to know? Like, are we keeping things kind of casual this first meeting or going more into deeper family history?
Well, I'm gonna be honest, I have never really been one for being casual, so I guess as deep as you want to get with it. This is your conversation just as much as it is mine.
Okay. Um, my dad didn't do well with losing everything, and he committed suicide a year after that. So I kind of grew up kind of poor. My mom was an alcoholic, kind of shitty lifestyle, angry at the world, basically, angry at her stupid ass boyfriends. Um, and kind of the only person I really had to rely on was like my best friend Chloe, and she got me into environmental activism, and then I changed and tried to keep both lives for a while before we moved here to Tampa, and that didn't work out so well.
I just nod my head slowly in in the I feel that kind of way. Um, yeah, that's definitely not the best of lives to be growing up in. I'm sorry that your dad killed himself, and
Yeah, I'm working through it. I've actually gotten to where I could talk about it more now, so there's that. I have the pack, and they helped me through a lot of things.
yeah, um, honestly, everybody down here is a lot better than back in Michigan. So I'm glad that you have that support.
I mean, you have it too now.
I sit back in my chair and kind of stretch and run my own hands through my hair and just be like, yeah,
And I don't mean just because we're sisters. Like, you have it because you're here and part of the sept, and we we don't want to lose any more of us. And you're one of us now.
I look down and my eyebrows furrow a little bit. Um, Yeah, I just struggle with feeling like that's the truth, especially with the pack that I was brought into after, like, just and right after, you know, the family was killed. Um, they're all kind of assholes. So it's just really hard to trust that there is a group of people that are actually there, you know?
Yeah, I can understand that. Um, but they are also probably going through some of their own shit that they're trying to deal with, and maybe the same, like a bunch of people who've been hurt a lot and don't trust trying to just make it through the world.
Yeah. Doesn't make it any less aggravating, though.
Oh no, I mean, it never is less aggravating. Trust me. Uh, it never is, and I get it.
Yeah. Yeah. If anybody would, it would be you that gets it. Um, but anyway, um, do you do you have any questions for me?
Um, well, I'm not sure if you want to talk about what happened yet, so would you be willing to tell me what our dad was like?
Yeah. Of course. he uh he was a good man. Um, he didn't get angry a lot. He was fairly laid back and easygoing, and I grew up on a like a homesteading property that had been in my mom's family for generations, and he just loved living the farm life, and he would just find the joy in like the simplest of things, or even like cool bugs and stuff like that. And um I had a brother. We had a brother too, and he would take us out into the woods, and we would just have crazy wild adventures when we were younger. And he loved mom a lot. And until Artie told me that he was a part of a mafia down here, I would have never guessed. You would never guess that he would even be capable of something like that.
During the whole thing, Jester's kind of just been watching with her chin resting on her hand with a sad smile. I mean, maybe he just really did leave all of that life behind and was happy to have the life that he got with your mom.
Yeah. I think so too. And I start to tear up a little bit. Um, sorry. Well, it's hard to talk about.
Yeah, yeah. I know. It's often hard to talk about. But if you just want to sit here and vibe, I'm cool with that.
I just sit there silently for a few minutes. Um, just like really overwhelmed with a lot of emotions right now, and can't help but like spiral into like a what if. Like, what if um, Jessica would have been with us? What if she hadn't experienced a rough life like she did? What if she had been there that night? Would she even be a werewolf? Would I even be a werewolf? Guru. And so I'm trying to get away from that whole spiral of what life could have been if we were all together, and trying to stay in the present and what it is now. So I'm just taking a few moments to like come back and ground myself again.
As you're finding yourself lost in those what ifs, staring into the middle distance, for a split second, you swear at another table in the coffee shop, you see a man and a woman seated at the coffee shop, staring at you. But by the time your gaze looks in their direction, they're gone. And you are still the only patrons in the coffee shop. But you can't shake that feeling like you're being watched.
I shift my focus to the table where I swear I just saw two people. And my eyes like just narrow in, and my entire face just changes in demeanor from like sad and brooding to incredibly focused and suspicious. Sorry, Jessica. I swear I just saw two people sitting at that table behind you. It was a man and a woman, but I don't see them anymore. But I swear there's something still there.
I'll glance behind me, just slightly confused.
You look over your shoulder towards the table that she's gesturing towards. There's nothing there. Juniper, in that same kind of sensation as you felt before when you were eating the veggie straws back in the house, your skin starts to feel warm. You start to feel that misty sweat form on your forehead, as if you're standing adjacent or near a heater that's a little too hot, or as if the air conditioning is off.
Are you hot right now?
I mean, other than normal Florida, no. Are you okay?
I don't know. I feel like I'm sweating. What is going on? Kent, do I recognize that? Did I recognize the little like flicker that I saw of those two people out of the corner of my eye?
Well, based off of the corner of your eye description, based off of the slight gaze that you got, it's really hard to make out the details, but you could kind of vaguely see some of the features. There was very angular features on their faces. They seemed to be very, very well dressed, far too well dressed for an establishment like this. The woman had blonde hair, the man had dark hair, but you couldn't really make out the features too much. It was very corner of your eye, so it was hard to tell.
When you say very well dressed, do you mean like people who come from money, perhaps? Lots
Yes.
of money?
He was in a suit, and she was in probably a very fancy sweater.
I take a long sip of my iced coffee.
It tastes like ash.
I put the iced coffee down and do my best to mask the panic that is starting to rise up in my stomach.
Roll me
as
a
I-
manipulation and subterfuge. Sorry, go ahead. Finish your description.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, like, as it slowly starts to dawn on me what is happening.
Yes, and roll me a manipulation and subterfuge. Jester, roll me a wits and insight.
Has my rage gone up at all, or am I still...
I'll say you're at a rage 2 now.
Oh, boy.
What rage am I at?
You're at a 1.
Cool.
I got a brutal outcome,
Okay.
and that's it.
I got 3 successes.
So, what are your verbs and adverbs there, Juniper? Although I'm not sure they're going to help you here.
Cleverly, provocatively, and subtly, and then avenge, dismantle, and demolish.
Yeah, that's not going to help you here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could... No.
I am going to say... the compulsion you suffer from is feral instincts. Returning to an animalistic state, the guru regresses to a point where speech is hard, clothes are uncomfortable, and arguments are best settled with teeth and claws. For one scene, the character gains a 3 dice penalty to all rolls involving manipulation and intelligence. They can only speak in one-word sentences during this time. Jester, she is very uncomfortable suddenly, and clearly something is disturbing her, is bothering her.
I'll slowly like hold a hand up and be like, "Hey, are you with me?"
I my eyes dart from the table back to Jester, and I nod my head yes, and I just kind of like fumble with my shirt as if it's like making me uncomfortable, and there's definitely like sweat like beading across my forehead at this point.
Kent, I spent a lot of time with Aiden since we were roommates. Is she acting like a wolf that feels trapped?
Roll me a wits and animal chem. I will give you a bonus die because you did spend a lot of time with the lupus born.
All right. I spent a willpower. I got 3 successes.
Yes, she's very much seeming like a animal that is cornered or uncomfortably in a very uncomfortable situation or caged.
How about we get out of here and go for a run? Does that sound good?
Yes.
I'll stand up and protectively wait over her and like nod to Artie that we need to go.
At this point, Artie looks over from the counter with a furrowed brow, but getting your signal, he nods and reaches for his wallet, pulls out some bills, passing them over to the barista before moving towards the door. As the three of you get outside, Artie looks to Jester and says, "Why don't the two of you head out and I'll meet you back at the cairn?"
I nod.
So as the two of you move to the woods that aren't very far from here, as this coffee house is off the road that actually is adjacent to the cairn, you make the shift into lupus form, running off into the woods together. Despite this harrowing encounter with the unknown, a bond is forming. Casting aside this haunting, Juniper, what's going through your mind after this encounter with Jester?
I am definitely a lot more excited than nervous at this point. It was definitely a bit of an awkward first, like, genuine interaction, and seeing the glimpse of my past trying to haunt me uh, rattled me a bit. Being able to go out on a run with family that I didn't even know I had is such a genuinely wonderful experience. And I'm just feeling grateful to be alive right now and to have this moment. It really, truly feels like maybe I'm not cursed and there's still good things that can happen.
And Jester, after finally encountering Juniper with this new knowledge, what's going through your mind?
I'm relieved things were going well. I was worried that she didn't like me or something, but I thought things were going well until she saw something, and I think that's what triggered her panic. And so I'm kind of worried about her and kind of worried about what she saw, and I hope like in the future she'll be able to open up to me about it so we can help her.
So as the two of you run wild and free through the woods, this is where we'll take our break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. See you shortly. Welcome back. In the first half, Deadbeat sought out some advice from Rory and Delphine, and Juniper had her first meeting with her newfound sister, Jester. Now, in the second half, the pack comes to training. For you see, they've been training for the past several weeks, rigorously, under the ever-watchful gaze of the Sept Warder, Charles. But also, they've been taught in other ways. And for today, as their pack leader is off having a meeting with the Sept leader, Aspen Weiss, the other four have gone to meet with the Theurge, Eliza, who is here to guide them on the ways of the Umbra. So the pack gathers at the Sept cairn under the watchful tutelage of the Theurge, Eliza Ross. So as you all enter into the cairn, it is warm as the temperature has continued to rise, but something about this place, every time you're here, no matter how hot, no matter how sticky and humid it is on the way to the cairn, once you pass a certain point, once you enter that ring of trees, it just becomes pleasant. It becomes temperate. It becomes comfortable. This place wants you here. It's happy you're here. Maybe a little less happy for some of you than others, but that's lessened over time. Maybe it's due to the work that you've done to better yourself. Maybe it's just because you've tricked them the whole time. But as you've all arrived in the van that has been given to the pack, or that you've taken all the way down from Michigan, you cross the clearing through the trees, where you find the Elder Guru standing beneath a particular tree where a den has been dug beneath the tree, a hole that seems to go underground. Now, Rory, you know this tree particularly well because this is the tree you touched. This is the tree where you saw Aiden's final moments. Eliza has laid out several blankets on the ground, one for herself and four more, one for each of you. Out in front of the den, she is seated on one of the blankets, her legs crossed in front of her, as you all approach, and the scene is yours.
Delphine will walk right over to one of the blankets, being used to like lessons with Eliza up to this point, and will just take off her shoes, have a seat, and wait for and look to the others, kind of gesturing for them to have a seat at the blankets.
Rory will slowly approach, and she'll take one of the blankets closer to the tree. And she'll see Delphine, like, take off her shoes, so she'll follow in suit and kind of sit waiting till something happens.
Now, coming on next, kind of moseying over and relaxed pace. When I'll take one of the blankets and I like lay down on it, like using my hands to support my head up. I don't take off my shoes because I have a feeling that, I don't want my feet, like socks to get dirty. Really, I don't really want to have to clean anything up. So I'm just kind of chilling.
I wait for everyone else to take a seat before I go and sit next to Rory.
Good morning, y'all. I'm happy to see you. Obviously, today, we won't be worrying so much about physical training or tenets or litanies or politics or any of that sort of nonsense. You've had that drilled into your head for weeks now, and I'm sure you're getting mighty sick and tired of hearing about all the things you could do wrong or the things that have been done in the past. Now it's time to talk about what's really important, what this is all for. How every little thing we do has an effect. And I don't mean an effect on the litany or an effect on Guru culture, but a greater effect. Now, from my understanding, y'all have been to the Umbra before. Y'all have learned a thing or two about the other side of things. Some of y'all have seen it. Some of y'all have traversed it. But I ask you, what is the Umbra?
A reflection of this plane, separated from us by the spirits.
That is one interpretation, yes.
I mean, it's just the spirit place, right? I mean, I feel like it's where spirits go.
That is another interpretation, although the Umbra has many layers. There is a place within the Umbra called the Spirit Wilds. It is a place deep, deep within the Umbra, and that is where the spirits come from, where they originate. And it's a place where they return to. So you see, spirits never die. Instead, they return to the wilds to reform. They, in essence, regrow in the spirit wilds before returning. They regenerate, sort of like we do, except it's in perpetuity. But yes, in a way, the Umbra is where the spirits are. Very good.
I'll actually raise my hand as can I ask a question, just waiting.
Yes.
So wait, I remember hearing this before, spirits can't die. How did that even work? Like, if I destroy something, you said so they go to the spirit wild if they get messed up, but what if, let's say there's a spirit of a duck, and then I kill that duck. Would the spirit of that duck still be there? Or what if all ducks went extinct? Would there be a spirit of ducks at that point?
No. But the spirit of duck is an avatar of the spirit of birds and the spirit of wild. So in essence, that spirit would be repurposed into another spiritual essence. It is just simply a manifestation of a specific kind. But its essence, what it draws from, has manifested as a duck. It has taken the shape of a duck. But it itself is not a duck. It's like clay. You can use the clay to mold it into whatever you like. You can make it a duck, or you could make it a bear, you could make it a wolf. But in the end, it's still just clay. It goes back to its essence of clay to be reshaped, remolded. It's wild clay.
Does that mean there's a spirit of werewolves?
Yes.
Why aren't they our wait, why do we have patrons of the other guys, but not this patron spirit of werewolf? I feel like it makes more sense.
Well, in an essence, Gaia is the spirit of werewolves. And Guru, we prefer the term Guru. Werewolves is kind of like a bastardization of the word Guru.
Guru, I keep messing that one up.
It's all right.
Guru.
It takes some getting used to once you've been around the word werewolf your whole life. But it's like if I were to call you a cracker.
I mean, he is.
I should look around for a second. Did she just say that? Can she say that?
Rory just kind of smirks, like, at his expression.
But yes, they all come from the spirit wilds. That's where their essence comes from.
So, whenever we became Garu, were we always part spirit, or did we become part spirit, part wolf, and part human then?
Well, there's some interesting theories behind that. Once upon a time, it was believed that it was a trait we were born with. It was genetic. That's why you'll hear about some lines of Garu, families of Garu. And her eyes kind of momentarily pause on Juniper before passing on. Like Charles, for instance. He comes from a line of Silverfangs. He is a hereditary Garu. Now, some time ago, this stopped happening. We're not sure why, we're not sure how. It became less and less common. Fewer and fewer Garu were being born from Garu. It then started happening randomly, like yourselves. Many of you do not have Garu in your lineage, or at least that we know of. You were chosen. Now, is it possible that it was always in you? Perhaps. But it's also just as possible that you were gifted those other thirds upon your change. There are many, many mysteries we still do not know. Only Gaia truly knows.
I see. And she'll give just a glance to Deadbeat, giving him a look, just being like, yeah, we gotta figure that out.
I'm just not even looking at Delphine. I'm just looking straight ahead, nodding, like, yes, I understand. Not fully understanding. As I'll raise my hand again, and I'm not even waiting till for her to call on me. I'll just say, so wait, if we can't, sorry, to go back on this, we can't kill spirits. How do we kill worm spirits then? We need to kill the worm, right?
If you'll notice, the tenet of the litany is not kill the worm. It is combat the worm. And in combat, there isn't always necessarily an end. The worm itself isn't evil. And I want to make this point very, very clear to all of you. The worm, and the reason we combat it, is because it lost control. Some would say it was driven insane, some would say it was corrupted. But the balance was thrown off. For life to exist, for everything to exist, there must be a balance. A balance of weaver, wild, and worm. If we were to destroy the worm entirely, that's to destroy death. That's to destroy decay. That's to destroy the nature of things. We can't do that. For nature would cease to exist. Gaia would cease to exist if we were to totally annihilate and eradicate the worm. Some of my fellow Garu don't believe that to be the case. They believe the only answer is the eradication of the worm, and they are wrong. They are misguided.
We definitely came from a place that taught that.
I'm sure you did. But it's impossible. Now, I believe that there is corruption amidst some of the worm's servants, and that corruption must be cut out like a cancer. But I do believe the worm's spirits can be redeemed. And I do believe the balance can be restored. I believe it must be restored. That is the only true way to victory. But yes, we can't kill them. We can't drive them completely away. It's impossible. What we can do is we can restore the natural balance and order of things. We can drive out the corruption of the worm. That, I believe, is our true purpose.
Is it possible to make a spirit better without destroying it and sending it back to the spirit wilds?
Well, consider this. We are part spirit, are we not? Can we be made better?
She'll glance at Deadbeat. Yeah.
Can we be made worse?
She
I look at
resists the
Juniper.
urge to look at Juniper.
Yeah, we can be
yeah.
made worse.
Spirits are just like us, as we are just like them. They have a great many differences, certainly. Things that set them apart. For example, they don't necessarily understand everything it is to be mortal. They don't understand the limited nature of mortal existence. They're tricksy in that way. Some of them, like your more weaver-based spirits, only know tasks. They only know the job they're set to. For example, a pattern spider spirit, which is a spirit we will be interacting with directly today, is going to be very focused and mechanical. It doesn't have a sense of emotion. It only knows a job. Whereas another spirit is solely based on emotion. It knows nothing of labor or work. Some spirits are specialized, others are varied. But can they be redeemed? Yes. But they can also be lost. And that is where we run into the realm of Banes. Banes cannot be redeemed. Banes have gone too far. They have become corrupted.
So, like, what's the line there? Like, is there a way to just be like, yep, that's a Bane, or like, nah, that's someone that's almost a Bane, but we can still save.
A Bane is a manifestation of something cruel, of something wicked or evil, of something vile and destructive. Some worm spirits do take the guise of Banes because they do represent decay. But these Banes, the damage they inflict supersedes their purpose. It goes beyond what they're meant to do. When they bypass their realm, when they start to infect our realm, that is when they have proven themselves to be more than. Spirits exist in our realm, certainly. They exist within everything, our trees, our animals. But Banes seek to alter our realm. They seek to infect and destroy our realm. So I suppose to determine the difference is to determine intent.
So a worm spirit could be venom, but the Bane could be the person inflicting it on someone else.
Yes. If it seeks to remove your sense of control or awareness or self, it is a Bane. If it's seeking to inhabit and possess you, it is a bane.
I have a question.
Certainly.
So when you like get rid of a bane, does it go back to the spirit wilds, to the Umbra, like back where it came from, or like when you take care of it, does that kind of like destroy the bane spirit, so to speak?
Unfortunately, yes, it too returns to the spirit wilds to be reformed. It is not destroyed. Now, that is what we are, in our efforts, trying to find the source of, is how we can rid ourselves of what is creating these banes, how we can destroy what is responsible. Now, some say it's people that are creating banes. It's organizations such as Pentax. It's evolution. It's the workings and devisings of pollution and people and the destruction of Gaia that's happening that is creating these banes. It's the selfishness of individuals.
It's Pandora's box.
Yes. Others say it's something deep, deep, deep within the Umbra. Something evil and twisted, the worm itself, that is responsible. That it is impressing its will upon the world.
But the worm wasn't always like this,
No.
right? And we know that, like Pentax, for example, is doing some crazy shit with it.
But the worm was corrupted long before Pentax. Pentax is a modern invention. We have been fighting the worm long before Pentax.
I see.
Pentax is a branding, but it is a representation of the entity we have been fighting. And truthfully, that entity is greed. It is envy. It is all of the deadly sins. You've learned to despise.
Seems like just from what I'm hearing, the source of Banes is just ill intent. So yeah, it does sound like it's people.
But is it of their own design? Or is it forced upon them? Is it influenced? When you're told and you're influenced to believe that you should want more, have more, buy more, is it society? Society that's controlled by organizations like Pentax, that's influenced by individuals like leeches in high positions of government.
Seems like it's just weak will.
I mean, it's essentially the whole conversation of nature versus nurture. If you think about it, it's either the inherent will of with it inherent for people to be greedy, or is it the surroundings that make the person greedy? As I kind of finished that, I stop, realize what I just said, look around, and never mind. Actually, I don't know what I was saying. I was just
No, that's very good. You're onto something. Is it our nature? Or is it what we've been taught our entire lives? Or is it something else? Are these banes that have been plaguing our minds? In some cases, it is. That voice inside your head that tells you to get revenge. That tells you to want what someone else has. That tells you to make it go away. make it all go away. That tells you to run a little further. Sometimes it's not your own. Sometimes it is something else. Those tingles crawling up your spine. Sometimes you're not imagining them. Sometimes they are actually there. That is the work of Banes. And they are drawn, yes, Delphine, to weak wills. But I do not fault individuals for having weak wills. This world beats us down. It preys upon us. It does not reward us for being strong. It punishes us. That is why we must be strong. Because we are the last line of defense.
I had another question, a little off topic, but kind of related.
It's all related,
So-
please.
It's just so like we talked before about the big bad wolf spirit, right? Like that guy that's trying to like come around and do some bad stuff and influence us, whatever.
Fenris.
Yeah, that name. Fenris. Is he just? That sounds like he's a Bane. Is he a Bane?
No. No, Fenris was once one of us. In fact, he is the embodiment of wolf. When you asked if there was a spirit of werewolves, some would say he was one of the originators. The spirit of wolf. He was one of the greater Banes, or one of the greater spirits, my mistake. He was one of our strongest. But also, he is one of our most misguided. He believes in might, in an era where might cannot be the only solution. And in a way, in his frustration, and in the frustration of his followers, they have left the path. Much like some would say, the stargazers have left the path. They have chosen a route of fury. They have chosen a route of might. And they would believe that humans are responsible. They would believe that anything that associates with the worm must be destroyed, even their fellow guru. Anything that stands in their way must be destroyed.
So they chose the path of radicalism, whereas the Stargazer chose passiveness.
Pacifism, yes. Some would say that is the route we chose. I'd say we chose a path of balance. There are many amongst the nation that still believe the worm must be destroyed, not necessarily in the radical nature that the cult does. But I believe it must be a restored balance. But yes, some of my fellow Stargazer brethren have chosen to walk away from the conflict entirely and have chosen peace.
Except for you.
Well, in a way, I did as well. And it took a rascally pack of youngsters to remind me as to why the fight was so important. And they did.
Delphine will nod a little bit and look to Rory and Juniper. I mean, now's the time to ask any questions if you got them.
Rory's just gonna look at the tree. No, I think you guys asked all the main ones right now. I'm just more curious on if the lesson's just gonna be us sitting here or if we're gonna be doing other stuff as well.
Well, you're mighty eager, but I like that. No, my intention wasn't just to be sitting here. I intend to take y'all on a little field trip.
Oh man.
See, y'all have seen the Umbra, I'm sure. But y'all ain't ever seen the Umbra like this. But I want to make sure y'all are prepared, and I mean truly prepared. Because being thrown into the deep end of the pool has never been my style, not entirely. I know and have heard that where you come from wasn't all that suitable to young Guru. But I'm coming into my grandmotherly ways. So I want to make sure that you're comfortable with the whole process, because you're going to see some things. You're going to hear some things. Unlike anything y'all been seeing before. Especially here, because this can, unlike the cans you've probably seen in your past, it's quite unique.
Is there going to be a lot of walking?
Not in the way that you're thinking.
Okay, I'm down. As long as we don't have to like, do a whole lot of hiking or whatever, I'm okay with it.
Is he gonna be there as she kind of motions at the tree?
Yes, but you probably won't see him.
Why are you so worried about a tree, Rory?
How could you not see a tree?
She'll kind of look at Delphine. The spirit that was in this tree last time I was this close to it was the one that showed me how he died.
Apparently the trees can show you things here.
That's wild.
It was wild feeling seeing his death
Like you experienced it as if you were him?
through his eyes. Felt his last thoughts, last feelings, last pain.
As long as we don't
I
experience that, I'm okay with going on this trip.
look over at Eliza. Are we gonna be experiencing that in the Umbra as well?
No. No, that is a unique experience to this can, certainly, but it is reserved for particular moments. No, this is a simple journey, a learning experience. Many of you have come to me in times past wanting to learn more about what you're capable of. And I am here to introduce you to some spirits that I have gathered together that can teach you what it is you want to know, what it is you're hoping to learn, and to show you just what awaits on the other side in this place. That being said, we might as well begin. She reaches over to her satchel, opening up the flap. She draws out a couple of sticks of incense and sticks them in the ground in front of her. Lights the incense. She then holds out her hands to either side. All right, y'all. Everybody take hands. Now, don't y'all be thinking about cooties or none of that sort.
I'm vaccinated, so I'm good. I'll take the right hand of Eliza with my left.
Delphine hesitates just a little bit and looks at Deadbeat. You gotta close your eyes.
What?
You gotta close your eyes.
Okay, I'll just close my eyes, like confused, and I just stand there with like my hand out, just kind of waiting.
And she'll take his hand and just like look a little anxious about going into the Umbra altogether.
Do we all gotta close our eyes as she takes Eliza's other hand? Because I would assume I'm on the other side.
Deadbeat's the dude, the only dude going.
Y'all still ain't comfortable with seeing each other and, you know.
He's seen me naked before. Juniper's seen me naked before. You've seen me naked before.
I think I've literally seen all of you naked already multiple times, and I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, like, we've all seen DB naked, so I feel like we've all seen each other naked. We've gotten dressed and undressed in the same room together.
I go to the bathroom every time.
You know what? If we're gonna be weird about it, Rory's gonna just start stripping right there.
What am I missing? What am I missing?
Don't worry about it.
Eliza sighs and rolls her eyes as she waits.
Can I do an insight check on this? Because I'm genuinely just confused as to what the big deal is suddenly.
Clearly, Delphine is just uncomfortable being naked in front of Deadbeat. That's all.
Okay.
I don't think there's any other hidden. Yeah.
Yeah, once Rory's done proving a point and getting undressed, she'll take Eliza's hand again.
I'll take Rory's hand and then Delphine's hand. As we scooch in a little bit closer.
Now I'm going to start chanting, and I want you all to pick up the chant as soon as you understand it. The words ain't going to make much sense, but just try to pick up the cadence. She starts to chant, and like she said, the words don't make any sense whatsoever. It's in a language that none of you understand. There's something very earthy and tribal about it. And as she speaks, you can see sparks start to come off the incense, and the smoke of the incense start to plume and grow. Eventually, you start to feel the pulsing of her chanting in your chest and through your hands. And even without even thinking about it, you start to chime in with the chanting, as if the words come second nature to you. You still don't understand them necessarily, but you can intonate every syllable. And as you do, the world melts away. As the world melts away and your vision clears, everything has a slight haze, as if there's a fog rolling through the woods. The trees grow tall overhead, higher than ever before. The ground is rich. The grass grows tall. The woods extend deeper and fuller than even you could possibly comprehend. There is a slight chime in the air, accompanied by Eliza's chant. But as the chant dies off, you can feel the breeze kiss your face. And as you look around your surroundings, you see behind Eliza, over each shoulder, two beings. One, a white wolf, sat on her haunches over one shoulder, and the other, a teenage girl made of brilliant, bright light.
Delphine will stand up from where she was sitting and kind of cross her arms over her chest and she recognizes the wolf, but she looks at the teenage girl spirit in a little bit of confusion.
The glowing young woman gives a brilliant smile, which causes her to radiate even more light, almost having to make you shield your eyes for a second as she waves very excitedly. Hello!
I wave back and kind of awkwardly, hi.
Hi, I'm Star. I'm the pack patron of the Sept of the Evening Star.
Oh, I've heard about you a little bit.
Yeah, hi.
Well, it's a pleasure. You're quite a cheery one.
Well, I'm a little tired. It's daytime, so I should be sleeping, but Eliza said it was important, so I'm here.
At this point, I'll just open my eyes without asking if I can, and then I immediately get blinded by this flashbang, and I'm just, what's going on? Oh, what am I looking at? Oh God, why did you?
Oh, sorry about that. And as she dulls a little bit, you can actually make out her features. And the strangest thing about her features is that she looks like a weird mix of Aspen and Jester in her physical features. Like her face is a mix of both of their features.
Delphine will look at the rest of the pack. Does she look like Aspen and Jester?
Yeah, you look awfully familiar.
Oh, yes. The first people I met, the first guru I met, were the first example of what people look like. So I made myself look like them, kind of.
That makes a lot more sense compared to what they told me you look like.
Yeah.
I hope ours don't do that. I don't want to see a weird clone amalgamation of all of us and a weird fire thing.
Well, welcome to the Umbra. This is the Cairn. It's nice to meet you. Have fun. And don't break anything.
You can break things here?
Oh yeah.
Wait, I thought spirits can't die or whatever.
Doesn't mean you can't break things. Mostly you, but don't break anything else either.
I don't know if they were saying that I'm the one that would be broken or if I'm the one breaking things. And
Both.
I'm a little worried by that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was definitely a mention of like breaking ourselves involved in that.
Okay, well, I promise not to do any of that.
Okay.
Thank you for the welcome.
Uh-huh. You see her go skipping over towards a swing, which seems to be hanging from one of the larger trees off to one side, where she hops on it and starts swinging. The white wolf that has been sitting kind of staring dully at all of you stands up and starts trotting alongside her towards the swing. Eliza looks to all of you. As she mentioned, that is Star. She is the patron of the pack that established the Sept and is sort of the representation of the Sept as a whole. And then, of course, there is Alara. She is the spiritual guardian of this cairn.
Delphine will nod, look at Alara, and kind of just do a little half wave at her.
Alara looks, snorts, and then just keeps walking.
Eliza has said that Alara is a sassy broad.
She was a lupus born in life.
So she was one of us.
Yes.
So we could one day become like Alara?
Potentially.
No rest even when you die, huh?
Well, there is. It was a choice. She made the choice to serve.
No, okay.
It is a choice not taken lightly, but it is a choice. Not everyone is indentured. It is not a requirement.
Rory, as she's listening to all this, is just kind of watching Alara walk off and is kind of just thinking about what she saw when Aiden showed her his death, and now kind of curious on what Alara's story is.
I'm also just kind of like looking around at everything and get kind of like a stoic look when the conversation turns into making the choice to continue being in service after death.
I will tell you, when we open this cairn, the elders of this sept and myself chose to bind ourselves to this cairn. It was a requirement to open it. So we will be serving in this cairn after death. It wasn't a choice any of us took lightly, but it was a choice we all made, for we are a family and we wish never to be separated. And once a year, on the first new moon of the year, there is a ritual in which a choice can be made. Now, it's a choice that must be earned, but it is a choice that can be made. To be bound.
Is that a choice that could potentially be presented to us?
If you'd like. If you earn it. If Aspen sees fit and the rest of the pack sees fit. Yes. But it means a great deal. So before you go making any decisions, you must understand what you would be choosing and what you would be sacrificing. Because there is no afterlife. There is no beyond. There is only this. But let's not get too far into that. This is the Umbra. This is the cairn. You will find no place safer than this in the Umbra. This is a place we have created, a place we have, in a way, constructed and carved out in the Umbra just for ourselves. A place the spirits have given us, gifted us, lent us. A place we must protect, a place we must preserve. Every month, I and the other members of the pack do a ritual to make sure this place stands, to make sure this place is tended to, that this cairn is taken care of, so that it can continue to preserve and protect this space within the Umbra. If it isn't tended to, it could fall dormant, and other forces would start to find their way in. Because do not be mistaken, the Umbra is a representation of all things. Good, neutral, and evil. It does not care. It does not want. It just is. But here is a place of ritual. It is a place of peace. It is a place of tradition. It is a place to call forth spirits, to converse with them, to learn from them. Once you venture outside of the bounds of this cairn, in a way, you're on your own. But you can return to the safety of it, and it will protect you. And this one, in particular, is especially safe. This cairn, unlike others, was constructed by some of the greatest cairn makers our kind has ever produced. And as we've come to learn and study, it comes from a tribe that no longer exists. We were lucky enough to stumble upon this place before awakening it. And we are only still learning more about it in our research. But they are the greatest, or were the greatest cairn makers ever amongst our kind. And the fact that we were able to open it says a great deal. Their spirits still are bound to this place and still protect this place, even though their tribe is gone.
Delphine will look around at all of the trees and just... So these are... Every single one of these trees is a guru.
In essence, yes.
That's a lot of guru.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, I've never been around more than just, I think 10 here.
There are many, well, there were many, many more than that. Unfortunately, the numbers have dwindled over time, but there are still quite a few out there. And in time, once things have settled in this area, perhaps we'll be able to venture out to a moat, and you'll see many more gathered together.
What happened to the guru that made this cairn?
They sacrificed themselves to banish a great evil, an entity of the worm. An entity known as the Eater of Souls.
So Gaia couldn't make more of them? Couldn't...
No.
Oh. Just like that, just no more of them ever again.
Well, with the tribe went their patron. And without the patron, no more guru can be born under that patron.
Right. So it couldn't get called back to the spirit wilds.
No.
That's kind of scary. I wouldn't know what to do if something like that happened to Owl.
Well, luckily, that is not the case, but that is how great of an evil they faced. And this particular tribe sacrificed themselves to spare their two brothers, two other tribes that still are with us today.
What tribes would those be?
The Gale Stalkers and the Ghost Council.
What was the tribe called that sacrificed themselves?
We're still not sure.
It's been that long, huh?
Yes. It was shortly after the Europeans came to America.
Oh. So, colonization.
Some say that was what the worm represented, yes.
That's kind of fucked.
Well. But this is where I want to talk about renown. The three most important elements of being a guru. Honor, wisdom, and glory. These three elements of our being are what give us our ability. These representations of our very core are what call to the spirits. Every gift we're given, every power we wield, every ability we have draws upon one of these things. And it's easy to mistake wisdom for ignorance. It's easy to mistake honor for pride. It's easy to mistake glory for foolishness. Knowing the difference is important. Some say that the reason that tribe was lost was because they mistook honor for pride. In sacrificing themselves to save their brothers, they chose pride over honor.
Delphine will look at Deadbeat. We chose pride that night. So now we have no honor.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, I didn't go in there thinking I was being very honorable, kicking down doors.
Well, as long as you recognize it.
Nobody's perfect. We're all going to make mistakes. Gaia knows this. We all know this. If we were perfect, this war would have been won a long time ago. That's why shame comes and goes. We earn it. We redeem ourselves from it. We don't give up on our fellow guru. It's a lesson to be learned. Now, let me call forth our first spirit. B, please step forward.
Sorry, whose name did they say?
B.
I'll kind of look confused for a second, look around as And I'll take a step forward. Like, okay.
You came to me asking to learn that gift granted to us by the Wolverine. A gift of glory. A gift of might. Why do you wish to learn this gift?
I thought it would be really cool, and also I've noticed that, especially in that boat incident, there was two, really strong leeches, and considering how I heard that they don't like to play fair, I'm assuming I'm gonna get jumped at every opportunity. So if I need to fight multiple of them, I need, something to help back me up, and I can't. Unfortunately, not all of us are the greatest at fighting, so I gotta be able to make sure I can hold multiple at a time in case, they need to team up on someone or something like that.
So in your own roundabout way, to protect your fellow packmates and to destroy more of your enemies effectively.
You could say it like that. I mean, I think my way was a little cooler, but yeah.
Sure. You could also try saying it like that too, every now and then. But I'll let you say it your way this time. Eliza looks up and spreads out her arms. O great spirit of the Wolverine, I beseech you to come to our dear companion, DB. He asks you to visit him and to teach him the way of the spirit of the fray, to grant him your gift, to give him the ability to strike upon many foes. As she calls out, scurrying can be heard in the brush around. Off in the woods, you hear "Row." And then the scurrying draws closer. Suddenly, out of the tall grass, a wolverine, probably the size of a German shepherd, comes crawling out. It sneers and snarls, and its hair is standing up on end as it looms closer. It sniffs towards Deadbeat and the rest of you. Glorious combatant. So glorious. Where was that glory when you were cowering? Where was that glory when you ran away from a little girl?
Oh, hold on now. Hold on. All right, we're not. I came here to get a gift. We're not here to talk about that shit. All right. Do you not see me take on super freak vampire monsters and save the day, or beat the ass of a giant fungus monster and shove that canister in his mouth and destroy it? I mean, I did all that shit. I'm about to say you look cool as hell, but never mind. Actually, fuck you.
Then
who are you to tell
me
that? Hold on. I start in like actually, I would go to roll up my sleeve, then I realized that I'm naked. I'm like, hold on. I start walking up. Like, all right, bet. I can do a little tussle. You think you could mess with me? And
It
then,
snarls and backs up, digging its paws into the dirt.
Let's see. I'm assuming actually, you know what? I'm just gonna kind of go into like a low stance. Actually, what's my rage at? I assume 1.
Yeah.
Let's see. Would I potentially go up a rage for being provoked?
Yeah, I would say
emotionally?
so. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I'm gonna try and shift into Hispo, so then I can kind of match match it in this form and kind of.
Absolutely.
So hey, I'm willing to scrap. Let's go. I passed the rage check, so I go shifting into my Hispo, and I will let out a large growl. I start like kind of circling, like ready to strike, kind of waiting for it to get ready to fight here.
Okay. So as you snarl and start to circle, dropping down onto all fours, the fur spreading out across your body, your maw growing and extending from your face, filling with sharp, jagged teeth. The wolverine paces, its claws digging into the dirt, and if it could grin, it appears like it does. Its eyes gleaming with a fire of fury and joy, all tangled into one. It then lunges with another snarl. Yow! As it comes to clash with you, its claws and teeth lashing out. Go ahead and roll a strength and brawl.
Yeah. I also like to flavor it that like I would use my my hair's leap to like jump at him at a high speed, kind of pounce on top of him.
Absolutely. In fact,
yeah,
with that flavoring, I'll give you an extra dice.
You say strength brawl.
Yep.
Would I add my? Actually, I assume I wouldn't add my grappling. I'm doing teeth and claws. I almost forgot to add 2 dice. That would be. I'm actually going to use a willpower because I don't want to get my shit rocked the first time I see this thing. That'd be 1, 2, 3, 7 successes with a crit.
Okay, as the two of you collide together, you, with the force of a locomotive train, hit hard with that hair's leap, giving you the momentum to send it careening backwards, end over end, tumbling backwards with you over the top of it, bringing it down until you have the upper hand, your claws digging in and raking it across the fur, it letting out a howl of pain as it tries to force you off and get back to its feet. You can see it's not really bleeding, as it is still very much a spirit, but you can definitely tell that you got a really solid hit on it.
Yeah, as I let out a growl, but it's still showing, like I'm showing that I'm actually kind of enjoying myself. There's a nice little bit of a exercise here, a moment of being able to let out this aggression that I've had for a little while now, not being able to really fight against any of this bullshit happening to me. So now having an outlet is seemingly doing me well here, as I'll actually let it get back up. Like I'll get off it to let it get back up so we can go another round again, essentially, to show like, if you want to keep coming at me, we'll go again. I'll let you back on your feet, equal rounds.
Go ahead and roll me a wits and awareness as that's happening.
All right, can do. I assume my bow and gnaw at looking over things that are lost or overlooked.
You can definitely add that, yes.
Oh, wow. That would be 3 successes.
Behind Juniper, another wolverine is rising up. Its claws rising up, preparing to strike. Its jaw opening as if it's preparing to pounce down on top of her from behind.
Okay, wait, hold on a second. Do I notice this?
No.
Fuck.
So for a moment, actually, I don't even think about it for a moment. I just go essentially to knock, run towards Juniper, to knock Juniper out the way and just pounce onto whatever is trying to hurt Juniper. So
Okay.
I don't really have hands. I can't really delicately or tell Juniper something's in the way. So I just do what I just do, take action.
Okay.
Can I just at least duck? Can I at least see him coming after me and just like, oh fuck?
Yeah, give me a dexterity and athletics, Juniper. Give me a strength and brawl there.
I use one more willpower because I'm feeling. Actually, no, I'm not. Actually, yeah, I will. I probably should make this go well. That is 4, 5, 6 with a crit again.
Okay, so, and Juniper, what'd you get?
I got 3 successes.
It's enough. You manage to duck out of the way as you see this large wolf barreling towards you. Unaware of what's happening, you just spring off to the side as you see it collide, as you see Deadbeat collide with this Wolverine that was apparently behind you, hitting the Wolverine and going again, end over end, tackling it to the ground. Teeth and claws rending and tearing at the Wolverine that was clearly poised to attack you, that was completely silent. No scent, no sound. Appeared out of nowhere, right behind you. Deadbeat, as you've got it and you are tangled up with it, you get back to your feet, and both Wolverines have circled on you now. In this round, you have to split your pool. You can roll it first, but then you have to decide how many successes to give to each Wolverine.
This might not go well for me. I only have 1 willpower left, so this could go wrong. Let's see how this goes.
As the Wolverines circle, one on either side.
I'm gonna use my last willpower here so I don't get my shit rocked as bad, because I know I'm not gonna be able to do very good here. I got 4 successes. Yeah, 4 successes. So I'm just gonna, I guess, split. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna put all. Actually, no. I'm learning. I'm gonna put 2 and 2. Like, I'm trying to divert my attention and trying to fight them both at the same time. Trying to, keep up with them. Even though I'm probably not doing a very good idea. Good job. It's probably very clear I'm not very good at this. I've never really done this before.
Okay. So as you try to fend them both off, swiping your claws as both of them advance, it's hard to beat them back. This is why you wanted the gift. They're just too fast. They work too well in sync. It's almost as if they're mirroring each other and moving at perfect timing when the other one isn't. So as you're swiping at one, the other one's grabbing your hind leg and pulling it back and, yanking it so hard, you almost give out a slight wince or a yelp. So you take 4 points of superficial damage as they are kind of bite into you. But once they have, they both back off together. And then they move next to each other and meld into one until there's only one Wolverine left. Yes, I see it. When given a choice, you chose to protect And when faced with 2, you did not back down. You need my gift if you are going to succeed, or else the fight is lost. Cower no more. Fear nothing. Fight with the fury of the Wolverine. And with that, the Wolverine moves up towards you and raises a paw to your shoulder as you're still in Hispo form and places it against your shoulder and digs its claws in, not enough to hurt, but enough to definitely make you wince a little bit. And then it presses its forehead to yours. Never back down. Never cower. And then it releases. And it turns and starts to back up, not showing you its back until it's several paces away, and then turns and starts to move towards the woods.
I'm just matching its gaze this whole time. When it grabbed my shoulder, put its forehead against mine, just staring it down, not moving an inch, just growling. And as it leaves, I'll let out a almost kind of a victorious howl, just yelling. We're just letting this howl out as I will begin to transform back into my Hamid form.
Shifting back, you definitely feel the pains of those bites and claws from the Wolverine, but still you feel triumphant. You know you're going to have to call upon Wolverine every time you need to use that gift, but with his blessing, you will be able to strike several foes with the speed and the fury. Something about the way they moved, something about their nimble agility. They were so fast, fearless. They went in with no hesitation, even if they were outmatched. You being as large as you were, they did not cower.
As I see them, think about that moment, and I think possibly how it attacking Juniper was a test, but also it showing off its capability, perhaps showing that it was so fast, attacking multiple targets, almost teaching me in a way of how it operated. I'm a little pissed off at the pain, but I do just feel a stronger sense of kind of respect for this thing. It came up, was willing to fight even with the difference, and it was very skilled. I kind of give a nod towards its general direction as I look back to the rest of the pack, as I'm kind of breathing heavy, and I'll say, I hope the rest of these go by a lot easier, because that fucking hurt. I'll just kind of walk back and take a seat, kind of recover myself there for a second.
Eliza gives a warm smile as she steps over and kneels down beside Deadbeat. That was well done. Interacting with spirits is no simple thing, especially some of the more ferocious ones. But you were brave. And like the Wolverine said, you didn't cower, you didn't back down. You were very much outmatched there, Deadbeat. The Wolverine is a strong and ferocious foe, and even after being told they cannot die, and even being told you're on their turf, you still fought. Well done. She reaches out and places a hand on your shoulder, and as she does so, you feel a warm touch that seems to spread over your entire body. You feel that pain from those claw marks and those bite marks grow numb as the wounds heal. And you can heal the 4 superficial damage.
I kind of let out like a sigh of relief as I feel the pain alleviate from me and my wounds start to stop bothering me, as I will just give a simple thanks. I appreciate it. I ain't gonna let him badmouth me and, try and take out one of our people without, at least sneaking on her.
Yeah, you did a pretty good job, DB. I say, and I cross my arm in front of the other. Thanks for not letting him attack me.
Yeah, I mean, he'd probably do the same anyways, but you're welcome.
Eliza then starts moving over towards one of the sides of the clearing where there appears to be a webbed structure that has grown from the ground. It's made of wood, but there is definitely some webbing on the structure itself. As she approaches the structure, she starts making a clicking sound with her tongue. She doesn't speak in words. She just makes this almost mechanical clicking. As she does so, suddenly another clicking sound comes from the structure, answering in response. Almost like a typewriter typing back, or like a Morse code answering back. From atop the structure, a small spider crawls out of the top of the structure. It moves across the top, walking at a very specific pace, down one of the eaves and down the stilt of the structure. Now, Juniper, you recognize this to be the umbral embodiment of the structure that you and Lucas have been working on and created. She offers out a hand, and you see that the spider is actually no bigger than the size of her palm as it crawls off the structure and onto the palm of her hand. She then walks away from the structure and over towards the group, where she sits down on the ground and holds the spider on her hand out in front of her. Juniper, now it's your turn.
I kind of smile to myself a little bit at seeing this little spider in her hands, and I not hesitantly, but I do slowly walk up to her and sit down in front of her, not wanting to startle the spider or anything like that. I'm just being very respectful.
The spider has perched and doesn't appear to be moving at all as it just sits there. It doesn't even look like it's watching you. It's just frozen in place. This is a being of the Weaver, a being of order, a being of structure. That being said, it's also a being of logic, a being without emotion. So, in order to commune with this particular spirit, I need you to, as best as you can, clear your mind of emotion. Center yourself. Allow logic to take hold. Let all of your troubles, all of your worries, all that has bothered you and followed you, let it go, even if only for a moment. You have experienced a great deal as of late, but for this moment, just be in this moment. I need you to roll me a composure and resolve.
Four successes.
Okay. So as you close your eyes, taking a few deep breaths in, while your mind is filled with so many thoughts, all the questions about the Umbra, everything you've seen, that nagging annoyance that Deadbeat just saved you. Jester's your sister, that's still a big deal. And then there's still that haunting. Everything else that's jumbled around in there. Those steadying breaths make all the noise go still. At that point, the spider in Eliza's hand starts to bob up and down. And then it starts to tick. Starts to make out a clicking noise. And in the clicking, roll me a intelligence and academics.
Five successes with a crit.
Okay. In the way it clicks, you're able to discern a speech. You're able to make out what it's saying amidst the clicks. It asks, "Do you understand me?"
Yes, I say. But I do not. I don't click back because I don't know how.
Yes. You speak the word yes, it bobs up and down again. What is my purpose?
Allowing me to see into the Umbra.
What is your purpose?
To help Gaia restore balance.
How is balance achieved?
I take a moment to think about my answer. Balance is achieved by making sure one part is not overbearing on another.
Why do you wish to see beyond?
To efficiently see where there are imbalances.
Do you honestly believe that to be true?
Yes, but that's not my only intention. However, it technically is my intention.
Give me a charisma and persuasion or a manipulation and subterfuge, since both apply.
It's the same roll either way.
Oh, there you go.
That's a whopping 2 successes.
At this point, the spider bobs a few times, and Eliza lowers her hands to the ground. The spider then scurries off of her hand and crosses over in front of you. It bobs a few times and then leaps. And as it leaps, it lands directly on your face. Roll me another composure
Yep.
and resolve.
I'm going to spend a willpower. Three successes.
You feel your breath kind of catch in your throat for a second, as it is very startling as this spider just comes leaping up at you. And as it attaches itself to your face, almost like a face hugger from the Alien movie, your mind suddenly goes to a memory. And that memory is the coffee shop and Artie and him talking about Regina, his car, his Jeep, and the spider spirit. And the affection he has for the spider spirit. With that thought, you relax again. Because you remember that spiders aren't representatives or something scary here. It's easy to think of them as their representations in the real world, as creepy and covered in hair and, necessarily maybe poisonous or venomous. But here, they have purposes, their order, their technology. So as the spider has latched itself to your face, You feel it crawl up to your forehead and turn around, and then kind of hunch over your eyes until you see the little beady eyes staring into yours. You start to hear the clicking again, and you start to feel its little legs prodding around your eyes as it's reaching out and poking. It then moves to another and pokes. And almost reactionary, you find yourself closing your eyes, because it is a very jarring experience to have this creature prodding. And then as it leaps off, you open your eyes again. And as you do so, the strangest experience happens. A world of photo negatives. You're seeing the Umbra, which you're in, but also you're seeing the world that you left behind. You're seeing the cairn as it is. You're seeing the trees, the grass, the table, the structure you and Lucas built of wood. You're seeing beyond. Because it doesn't just let you see into the Umbra, it lets you see out of the Umbra. The spider, now down on the ground, bobs a couple of times, letting out a couple of clicks. Task completed. And then it turns and starts mechanically walking its way back towards the structure and starts climbing up one of the stilts. Eliza watches the spider go, her eyes following it as it climbs upwards, and then looks back towards you. I have to admit, I'm surprised. I thought when it leapt for your face, you would have at least squealed a bit.
I will say I had to hold my breath a little bit.
It's a jarring
It
experience.
It was definitely unexpected, but thankfully I kind of like spiders anyway, so.
Well, don't worry, it's not like that every time.
They're very cute in the Umbra. I will say that was an adorable experience.
Well, these
Maybe
ones
not.
are.
Yeah, maybe not like the face jumping part, but the little bob was definitely.
Most of them you'll just see going about their tasks of building and repairing. They won't pay you no mind most of the time, but it is nice when you do get to interact with them if they have anything to say at all. But well done, Juniper. Excellent work.
Thank you. I'm gonna get used to this now. It's very cool, but it's a lot to take in.
Just take
Until
a
you see
deep
the
breath.
city.
Yes, yes. It is, yes. If you want to relax, just take a deep breath and it'll fade away.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And I'm gonna get up and turn back to the group.
And Rory, you asked me some time ago about a song I used to calm y'all after your rather interesting outing with Charles and Jester.
Indeed, I did.
Well, this one is going to require me to call upon some assistance. She closes her eyes and she reaches up and grasps the pendant hanging around her neck. And as she does so, she starts to whisper softly. And in her whispering, you see a tear form in one eye and roll down her cheek. And off on the other side of the clearing, 2 wolves emerge side by side, walking across the clearing. As they approach, she opens her eyes and kneels down and strokes the fur, putting a hand on each of their faces. Hello, my boy. Is she taking good care of you? I truly wish you could hear me. And I know you can't, but I need your help right now. Ren, Rory needs your assistance in teaching. She wishes to learn the song, and unfortunately, I am not a spirit yet to teach her. And I can't think of anyone better to do it. And since I know the 2 of you don't go anywhere alone anymore, could you do me this favor? The wolf nods her head before licking Eliza's hand and steps forward. The other wolf sits down by Eliza's feet. Ren, as she was dubbed, moves forward, going to sit in front of Rory and looking up at her. Eliza turns to face Rory. You can see that she has tears streaming down both of her cheeks. Ren was a Galliard of the old sept. She knew the song, and she's here to teach it to you. However, in exchange, you will have to tell her a story, because she needs to take a story back with her.
Any story you want in particular?
Story of when you felt at peace, truly serene.
And I apologize, but may I get, and she'll motion to the other wolf, their name?
Orion. You can hear her breath, her voice catch a little bit.
It's a pleasure to meet you both. I'm guessing you both mean a lot to Eliza here. And Rory will sit to be as level as she can with them, because tiny person with wolves, they're probably still taller sitting down. That time I felt most at peace, huh? And she'll think on it a moment, kind of chew on her cheek a little bit. I guess it was back way back when I was still at home. It was during one of our camping trips, probably. It was definitely the first time Dad took me hunting. Atlas was not up for it, poor boy. So I wound up kind of taking charge, and later that night when he felt all bad because he didn't want to shoot a rabbit or anything we found that night. I remember just looking up at the stars with him and making up all these stories about constellations that don't even exist. Just enjoying that moment. Enjoying the peace of nature around us. What was given to us that night with our hunt, and she'll start to tear up. What was right there for us all along. How good we had it and how we didn't realize it back then.
A voice enters your mind, a female voice that sounds smooth as honey. Describe it to me. Paint me a word picture.
She'll take a shaky breath now, thinking back on this memory herself. The sky was so clear that night. I swear if it was possible to count every single star we could have. You could literally hear all the little critters running around the woods. Being curious while also not wanting to come near us. The wolves howling. Smell the campfire. Crackle of it. We got in trouble that night too because we put a little too much greenery in, so it was quite smoky. But I don't think there was ever a time that I had less of a worry in the world than then. Even with all the struggles that he went through, I went through. Out in those woods under those stars, we were always just so at peace. And there was one story we wrote about a constellation that it looked like a little seagull and made friends with a fish. It was so silly. But seagull wanted to be friends with the fish, and the fish was just terrified of the seagull. And she'll kind of get a lost of words as she starts like kind of choking on that memory. And grab her arm again, kind of wrap her arms around herself.
As you hold yourself, you eventually feel a wet nose press into one of your palms, and you see that the wolf, Ren, has come up and nuzzled your hand with her nose before she sits in front of you, her eyes looking up into yours. She then leans her head back and lets out one of the most melodic and soft howls. It starts as a soft pitch, as if coming from far away, but it rises, gently going to a crescendo before slowly falling, as if it came by like a ship passing and then moved away. As she does so, everyone feels that calm wash over them. Something in the sound not just touches your heart, Rory, but it almost touches your spirit, touches your mind. It inspires. It fills your entire being. And the song replays and changes and shifts. It shifts and becomes its own song, your song. It's not the same, it's different, but it's yours. Because it can be whatever you want it to be. It still bears that same power, that same serenity, that same calm. Ren looks to you once more before she gets back up and turns and strides back over to Eliza's side. She looks down adoringly at the two wolves once more, placing her hands to the side of both of their faces. She leans down and gives them both a kiss on top of both of their heads before saying, "All right, my loves, back to rest with you both." And they both turn and start striding away. And as they do, they almost evaporate together. She turns and wipes the tears away from her eyes. The Umbra can be a very emotional place. But if you're gonna get emotional, it's best to do it in the can. Or if you do it outside, you can call upon some pretty nasty things. Banes are drawn to emotions, ever more so in the Umbra. Especially strong ones like despair or fury. So be mindful when you're not in the protective boundaries of a can to find yourself centered and calm. I wouldn't have attempted such a thing anywhere else. All right, Delphine, why don't you take the lead on taking us out of here?
Delphine will nod her head and just having been watching those two wolves leaving, and she'll have everyone gather around and hold out her hands for everyone to grasp onto to them.
Rory will rub her eyes before grabbing whoever's nearest to her's hands.
I'll walk up and, grab the nearest pair of hands as well. I'll ask out loud, do I need to close my eyes again? Can I please not?
No, it's fine.
I'll grab onto some hands as well.
Taking a deep breath, Delphine will just start to hum the cadence that she learned back up in hell. and started to try to put her own spin on it, to make it something that wasn't what Sean taught her. Putting a high pitch hum where it was a low and changing the melody altogether.
Okay. Go ahead and make the roll for the Rite of Shadow Passage. You can add an additional rage die for every member of the pack that's with you, including Eliza. You can also add an irregular die because Eliza has the Rite Master.
Okay, so an additional die for Eliza and then 1 rage for each pack member.
Yes.
Okay. I need another dice for a rage. Oh, okay. This will work. This will not work. It's not numbered. Okay.
Just roll an additional one after you've rolled the pool.
Okay, that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 successes. No brutal or anything.
As you sing and hum the song that you were taught, your mind can't help but think of Sean. And your desire to reject Sean, to reject his teachings, causes you to push him away, to change up what you were taught. And whether it was this change, or whether it was the emotions attached to that memory, something goes horribly wrong. As the world melts away, everything becomes very, very cold. As the cold continues to creep up, the world becomes much darker. What once was day has become night. Deep, dark night. You find yourself in the woods, but all of the trees are dead. The branches brittle and without leaves. The ground coverings without grass. There are no sounds of nature. There is no forest life. There is nothing to be found but silence and darkness. Even here, you can see the plumes of your breath out in front of you. And you feel the bitter cold gripping at your bare skin. Everyone, roll me a stamina and composure.
What would our rage be at?
I would say you were at rage 1 unless you got augmented for some reason since then.
Okay.
Am I still high?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got 2 successes.
I also got 2 successes.
I got 4 successes, no crit.
All right, and what'd you get, Rory?
How about now? Okay, I don't know what happened. I got 3 after I spent a willpower.
Okay. Everyone except Juniper is now at a -2 to all dice rolls for the remainder of the scene. The cold has seeped in to your skin, making everything in you tense. Juniper, you're still very cold, but you can still flex your fingers. You can still move. Everyone else, your teeth are chattering. You're tense. Eliza, now very keenly aware, looks in all directions.
I don't know what I did.
It's all right. It's all right.
Is this... This isn't where we're supposed to be, is it?
Far from it.
Rory, feeling the cold instinctively, is going to pull whoever she was holding the hands on closer to her for warmth and kind of get a little tense.
Stay
It's
close to
colder
me.
than- It's colder than any time in hell. Jesus Christ, it's freezing.
Where are we?
This is what they call the Dark Umbra, otherwise known as the Shadowlands.
Oh no, this is the place you said we shouldn't ever go, right?
That's right. I don't know how we got here, but we must tread carefully. Thankfully, I have a way out, but it's going to take some time. That being said, everyone roll wits and awareness.
I got 2.
I got 5 with a crit.
I got 1 success.
0.
Okay. So, Deadbeat, you are just too focused on the cold to see anything. You are like, even you feel your eyes are freezing. Juniper, all around you, you start to hear whispers throughout the forest. The whispers say things like, murderer, cannibal, you killed her parents. We're coming for you. You don't belong here. And now you'll never leave.
Is anybody hearing that? And I like instinctively take a step towards Deadbeat.
Rory, how many successes did you get?
2.
You also hear whispers on the wind. I'm so disappointed in you, Aurora. You should have known better. We taught you better. How could you? Thief. Delphine, you hear whispers. They're indistinguishable, but this isn't about what you hear. This is about what you see. Out in the woods, there are shades moving amongst the trees, darting from one tree to the next, drifting. On the ground, you see the shadows of your companions stretched out upon the ground. Roll me a wits and investigation.
Okay. It's a brutal outcome.
What are your verbs and adverbs?
My auspice for adverbs are contemplatively, intuitively, ritualistically, and my tribe verbs are scout, deliver, and sabotage.
Okay. I'm going to say it qualifies for scout. Shadows draw from each of the members of the pack, but 2 seem to have extra shadows drawing from them. And those 2 are Juniper, who has 2 extra shadows pulling away from her in the form of the silhouette of a man and a woman standing next to her, and Eliza. Eliza, who has the shade of a child.
Delphine is just staring at the shadows on the ground, extending off of them, and is fixated on Eliza and Juniper's shadows, unable to, look away from them. Just looking confused. And she'll glance over at Eliza. What's wrong with your shadows?
Don't look, girl. This place will play tricks on you.
What's going on? Come on, please. We need to get out of here. I'm freezing. And shit, weird.
If you must, shut your eyes.
Yeah, Rory's kind of now curling up into herself, trying to keep warm and covering her ears and just muttering, I didn't mean to. I know I was wrong. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have done it.
How do I get us out of here?
Just give me time. I'm working on it. Juniper and Rory, roll me a composure and resolve.
To say if I notice that Rory's tweaking and seemingly freezing, I'm actually gonna kind of go over and kind of put an arm around kind of awkwardly, but just trying to provide comfort and warmth however I can.
Because Deadbeat did that, you can take an additional die on your roll, Rory.
Didn't help. I got 3, but it's fine.
I got 4 successes with a crit.
All right. Both of you will only take 1 superficial willpower damage. Eliza, meanwhile, has started fishing through her satchel and has pulled out several elements, including a stone. And with the stone, she has placed it out on the ground and has started lighting candles around the stone. As she chants, the shades start to draw closer. And then, off in the distance, you hear a gong. And then the sounds of creaky iron gates opening. Those who heard the whispers hear, "The labyrinth awaits."
That's great. No, thank you. I'm not going into a labyrinth.
What are you talking about?
She'll kind of, at that point, just because of the warmth, lean into Deadbeat a little bit and be like, how do you not hear them? How do you not? They won't shut up.
Delphine will reach out to grab Juniper's wrist and urge her closer to Deadbeat and Rory.
As the shades draw closer, what light there is starts to darken, as if the moon up in the ethereal sky is getting covered and blotted out, covering all the shadows that are being cast. The whispers grow louder and louder. And then Eliza pulls out a silken cloth that she throws over the huddled mass of you. And she starts chanting. And then she lets out a howl. As the howl dies out, you find yourselves collapsing upon the warm earth of the cairn, feeling the soft grass cradling you, the warm earth and sand beneath you. You can't escape the cold that's gripping you to your very core, but the goosebumps have subsided. The chattering teeth have stilled. That place, that horrible place, that's where death resides. Eliza pulls back the silken cloth, folding it up, putting it back in her satchel.
Delphine will get up and look around at her packmates and just then to Eliza. Is this because I changed the song?
It could be, but we'll look into that. Don't you fret, darling. We're safe. We're here now, but we're going to have to work on that to avoid any such happenings again.
I just kind of fall to the ground and curl up, holding my head in my hands and just muttering to myself, they deserved it. I was right. They deserved it. For a moment before just turning into lupus form and curling up even further, tucking my head behind my tail.
Rory, once she feels the ground, kind of goes and grabs her clothes from earlier, starts wrapping herself in them, grabbing any blankets and warm things that she can find, and wrapping herself before starting to administer first aid as if she was developing frostbite and muttering to herself, "You're right, I did know better, and I shouldn't have done it, and I'm sorry. I should have listened. I should have been better. I didn't mean it." And just is, again, constantly checking each of her joints to make sure frostbite isn't burning, muttering that to herself.
And kind of seeing the two of them freaking out, I kind of try and bring them both a little bit closer to each other so I can have like a hand on each of their back, kind of like slowly rubbing and trying to provide a little bit of comfort, knowing that I can't fix the cold on the inside, but maybe this warmth can help out a little bit, and just the comfort as I just kind of sit there quietly, just listening to them and nodding.
Delphine will pick up her clothes off the ground and start backing away from the pack, feeling completely responsible and guilty over the state they're in right now. And she'll look at Deadbeat and she'll mouth an "I'm sorry" to him as she backs away.
I'll just mouth back like it's no problem, as I'll just turn my attention back on the other two, trying to give them all my attention while I can.
As this harrowing journey comes to a close, let's hear some final thoughts before we bring to an end to our story. Deadbeat, let's start with you.
Normally, I'm not prone to giving such kindness or being as open with my pack mates. Even what I saw shook me to my core, the cold gripping ever so tightly. I've only been close to death once before, and I was saved that time. I didn't feel like there would be anything to save me if something were to happen. So kind of brush against death has kind of wore down my mask a bit, as I'm now just trying to provide comfort to the other two and hopefully help out as I can.
Delphine.
Delphine feels awful. She feels like she just inflicted unnecessary trauma and suffering onto her pack mates. And as she's basically dressing and walking through the cairn, she'll be thinking back to how it was in hell and hearing Sean's voice in her head calling her worm tainted, and just her starting to finally wonder if he was right and if everything she touches is now just decay and death.
Rory.
The next time she heard that voice, she was hoping it wasn't going to be the same way it was when she left. That disappointment, that disapproval, that all of those negative emotions. And on top of that, being in a place where, as much as she hates the humidity and the heat, she had to face a fear that she didn't think was going to be possible there. Kind of jarring on top of everything that happened. It was going so smoothly, and then it turned in the blink of an eye. She's trying to process it, but just can't right now, and just wants to make sure that those fears are just fears and not going to become a reality at the moment.
Place where death resides, the Shadowlands, place where Garou are not meant to go. But once they've been, once they've tread those sacred grounds, what will follow them back? Or moreover, what already has? This is where our story comes to a close this evening, but not without one last scene. We pan back from the cairn, pulling slowly away. As we go into the woods, the image shifts to the Umbra. We pull back even further, beyond the Bawn, and even further to the woods beyond that. As we go down into the large trees that surround the cairn of the Umbra, in the dark shadows of the trees, a large, looming figure prowls, hunts, as it smells desperation, as it smells fear, as it smells despair. It was a long road from Michigan, but distance is no trouble for a greater patron. Distance is no trouble for the greatest predator. Distance is no trouble for Fenris. This is where our story truly comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to our guest, Nori, for reprising her role of malicious jester here tonight. If you enjoy what you've seen, go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed in the description, and come join our amazing community by following that Discord link. We'll be back with another episode of Rage Across Tampa over on Twitch on Tuesday at 10 p.m. and another episode of Hellhounds here on YouTube at 7 p.m. on Friday. So come tune in to both. My name's Kent, and for these amazing players, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Have a lovely evening, everyone.